Again, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to Hyperledger India Chapter's Women in Blockchain Season 4. It's the 4th consecutive year that we are doing this. I'm Deepika, Karanji, co-chair at the Hyperledger India Chapter, and I just want to thank you all for joining us for this event from across the globe. For those of you who are watching it on YouTube Live, we have some amazing women leaders who are going to be joining us as speakers today, and they are some of the best in the industry. So I'm sure there are going to be some takeaways for every one of us today. A little bit about the chapter is we conduct events like this and more throughout the year, along with hackathons, workshops, meetups, and so on. So if there's someone out there who has some ideas or wants to present or talk about a particular topic, please feel free to reach out to us on LinkedIn or Discord channels. We're always available and we'll get back to you. One more thing that I always like to mention before any event is that the community that we are in today is something that has been built over the past many years. And the popularity that we enjoy today is because of the solid foundations that have been laid by all our previous co-chairs, leaders, community members, and blockchain evangelists. So thanks to all of them. We can move to the next slide, maybe. And the next. So I want to take a moment to thank all the folks who've been instrumental in bringing this event together. We have Ritu Jain, Nidhi Singh, Kartikeya Kashyap, Ravi Pratap Singh, Pramod Dhumal, Rajesh Krishnan, Vikram Sharma, Kamlesh Nagware, and myself. Thank you all so much for all your hard work and support. Without further ado, I'd now like to introduce our leadership. We have with us today Daniela wasn't able to join us today, but she was with us last time, and she's the General Manager, Blockchain and Identity and Hyperledger Executive Director at Linux Foundation. We've always had her support, and I'm sure even though she's not here with us right now, she's probably going to watch it later and cheer us on. We can move to the next slide. Yeah, so we have with us today Julian Gordon. Julian is the VP of the Hyperledger APAC at the Linux Foundation, and as always has been our go-to person for implementing all ideas at the Hyperledger India chapter. Thanks so much, Julian, for joining us today. And as always, it's lovely to know that we have your support. I'd like to now invite you to present your opening remarks to the Women in Blockchain.
Okay, thank you, Deepika, for that introduction. It's great to be here for the second session of this Women in Blockchain, and I can say the depth of business, technical, and open source expertise last week was incredible, and I think people can re-see that if you want to have a look at it. It's all on YouTube. The sessions were inspiring, educational, and I think with many things with the Indian chapter were fun too. So that was great, and I can see from today's lineup that we are in for another great mix of panels, technical presentations, business talks, insights, and sharing. So I'm really looking forward to today, and thank you again, everybody. So you've asked me to have a quick look at this bright. It's going to show me the slide here. Yeah, so I've been asked to briefly speak to this slide, which is definitely a pleasure, because the real strength of the Hyperledger Foundation, our community, is our diversity. Our code of conduct emphasizes that everyone treat each other with respect, professionalism, fairness, and sensitivity to our many differences and strengths, which is what makes Hyperledger so successful, so innovative, and such a joy to be part of. So if you'd like more information on this important code of conduct and the way that we do things, and the other thing that says that everyone is welcome, all are welcome here, please do have a look on our website. So I'd also like to just add again to say thank you to the Hyperledger India chapter for all the work they've put into this event, and to everyone presenting and participating today. And I'm really looking forward to these sessions today. And now I'm going to hand over to Ritu, who is the events and engagement lead for the Indian chapter. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. That was very insightful all the time. I mean, the kind of approachability you have and the support you give, it's always incredible. Thank you so much. I will start with a dialogue from a Spider-Man movie. With great power comes great responsibility. And what do you think in a Web3 world this responsibility lies with? You guessed it right. today we are going to talk about paving the way for regulatory and compliance in the world of Web3. Hi, my name is Ritu. As Julian already said, I represent the events and engagement at Hyperledger India. Web3, as we say, in its most decentralized architecture and transformative technology like, blockchain, it represents a lot of opportunities and innovation. And so the governance and the protection of stakeholders is so paramount to the world of Web3. I welcome all of you for this session, paving the way for regulatory compliance in the world of Web3. So we today, gather for this very important topic, and we'll see how, the regulations and the compliance measures can shape the future of this emerging digital landscape. With me, I have our esteemed speakers and panelists. They will share their insights and experiences in this evolving field, and I'll give a quick introduction to all of them. Before that, I encourage all of you who are on the listening side, viewing us, please, I encourage all of you to actively participate, ask questions in the chat box, and we'll take them all at the end of this panel discussion. So thank you very much, first of all the panelists. I'll start with Pragya. So Pragya Goyal is a professional lawyer with the experience on the intellectual property, labor legislation, and other company laws. And she's been aiding the startups and early stage businesses with corporate compliance. In addition, she also supported incubators and accelerators in their operations to obtain a throughout understanding of their structures and their functions. So welcome, Pragya. Happy to have you here. Next, we will go with Yamini Khurana. She's also a corporate lawyer who specializes in giving the strategic, legal, and business advisory to startups and Web3 companies. With over a decade of experience in corporate law, Yamini has a deep and really deep understanding of the legal, regulatory challenges and the problems which startups face as they grow and as they develop. Thank you. Happy to have you, Yamini, here. Third, we have Anusuya Innocent. She is the founder and director of Bini World Innovations Private Limited. That's a budding startup with a motto that innovations for the future. And that's very impressive. She's a hardcore academician. She is passionate on teaching, holding around 20 years of teaching and research experience with the reputed private universities in India, inclusive of VIT, that's Vellore University. And she did her PhD in computer science and engineering on securing computation protocol optimization, and developed a secure blockchain framework. Happy to have you, Anusuya. Really looking forward to what perspective you have. Last but not the least, Sneha Vijayan. She is a Web3 builder, or should I say biddler. She is a researcher, a legal consultant who is on the mission to make dispute resolution quite affordable and accessible to all. And she is a co-founder at Resolutio. That's a platform that leverages AI and blockchain for decentralized dispute resolution. She also is a co-founder at Degen Law Academy, where she fosters progress of legal tech innovation. Sneha is a very active contributor in Web3 communities, and I personally know her because she is a part of Phoenix Guild and also WWC Blockchain. She's very instrumental. She was very, very instrumental, and I know for the fact that she has been working for the Fatima Shireen RK versus state of Kerala, where the rights to access the internet was declared as a fundamental right in India. So happy to have all of you here. It's a privilege to, host this along. So before I start, I want to just lay down the foundation. So not many of us actually understand the risk and the compliance, the regulatory part of this blockchain, right? So maybe why don't we talk about what this is all about, the basic understanding of it, and why there is so much of a push for this regulations in Web3. Is it, if I can give some citations regarding the FTA collapse, maybe that's the catalyst, or maybe the way US crackdown is happening currently for quite many months now. So what do you guys think in terms of why there is a push? And just to lay down, the basic understanding of risk and compliance. Anybody can chime in. Maybe Sneha, you want to talk about that? Anusuya?
Sure. I can go first. Thank you so much, Ritu, for that wonderful introduction. So to talk about let's start with understanding what risk and compliance is first. So risk basically means, or risk management basically means taking those actions which could lead to the successful operation of your blockchain platform. So preventing actions such as cybersecurity vulnerabilities or bugs in your smart contract, which could eventually create problems. And compliance, on the other hand, refers to adherence of laws and regulations. So why do we need laws? It's because without laws, there's absolute chaos. You don't know what to do and what not to do. So just consider a world without laws. You don't even know if murder is allowed. So you go around murdering people, right? So compliance, or rather the need for regulation, is to ensure that people know what they should and they should not do. So starting with builders or developers or even entrepreneurs, what you have the confidence to innovate. Right. So let's look at the Tornado Cash incident, where the lead developer was put in jail because the product eventually resulted in people using it for money laundering. Right. Multiple instances of how SEC has gone, has created issues for companies within the US and outside because people really don't know what the law is. And this really affects the confidence of builders to innovate. So regulation, or like clarity with respect to regulation, gives you the confidence to build. On the other hand, it also lets enforcement agencies know what they can and cannot do. So without laws, there might be instances where they abuse their power. But with laws, they know exactly what their boundaries are and within which boundaries they're supposed to work. And another added advantage is consumers also are protected in this process, right? So as builders, sometimes we might not know what may or may not be good for consumers. So there might be some builders who want to abuse consumers because of their lack of knowledge. But when there are steady regulations in place, whether it be security-based regulations or data protection regulations, you as a builder, innovator, are forced to incorporate those practices which protect consumers.
Yeah, I think very, very insightful there. And I always think that an analogy called, the way the traffic works. If there are no traffic signals, what will happen? So that kind of a regulation is so very important, right? And how about Anusuya? What do you think? You want to chime in here, talk about something?
Yeah, Ritu. Actually, thanks for the wonderful introduction, and I am so happy to be part of Hyperledger Forum. Actually, I will go in a little different perspective. See, we have come along a long way from the static web pages of Web 1.0, the dynamic and social, the currently used Web 2.0, and which is mostly the link technologies. And we are moving towards the Web 3.0, a decentralized and distributed era of web, the future of web. And it is based on the deep tech, say like AI, VR, AR, IoT, ubiquitous and edge computing, mainly the blockchain technology as the base. Here, we work on the linked data being controlled by the platforms. We are not controlled by the platform. The linked data is being controlled. We are the other way is not happening around, just like in Web 2.0. But there are like we can tell the distributed ledger technology. That is the P2P value transfer framework, right? And especially using the Byzantine fault tolerance for the distributed database, and which is updated with the consensus mechanisms. So like it can be a backbone for many emerging platforms or applications. And like we can tell, like blockchain, it is a special case of DLT, right? See, till today, like when we if we talk that, I directly tell blockchain, but I will make sure I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I'm talking about blockchain technology. There is a stigma till now, right? But why? We have to teach people, right? We have to make it very clear. Blockchain is the technology. And like cryptocurrency, and if you see the NFTs, all these things are major applications of blockchain technology, which is being showing out as of now. But like blockchain has a lot more. It is a transparent, immutable, irreversible. These are major, like the anonymity is there only in the public blockchains. So I will I am a little bit biased towards permission public chains, not the typical private chains, permission public chains. Okay, so like we can tell the key components of Web 3.0, the cryptocurrencies are NFTs, of course. They are widely used applications, and like we are telling that transparency is there, immutability is there, irreversibility is there. So whether it is fully secure, of course not. Any new technology, it will come along with its own risks when it is being practically implemented.
Exactly.
So telling regulations on Web 3.0, it directly points towards the regulations of blockchain technology. So like, and blockchain technology, so it can transform like almost all the businesses that is human-centric to consensus-based applications. So the regulatory risk, that is a major risk we can tell. And along with the consensus protocol risk, smart contract risk, and whatnot, if you list it out, like at least till now around 15 to 20 risks has been listed to my knowledge. But the list will keep going on, and we are yet to find out how we are going to, like, with this is not just for India, just for US, just for Europe. Blockchain, they are trying to create a global system. So it is beyond the jurisdictions. And currently, across the globe, there is clearly uncertainty around the regulatory requirements for blockchain applications. Okay, there are around 10 to 15 countries, they are actively participating and they are creating, but they too are still working on how to actively take it for the cross-border transactions, everything. So inside, for example, if you take Dubai, like the blockchain city, or many countries, like inside their country, inside their city, it is clearly done inside the jurisdiction. But how we are going far beyond that, okay? And what is the type of blockchain used? Public or like permission, or how we are going for in between some equilibrium. And we should, as Sneha mentioned, we should protect the interest of the investor as well as consumers. So, like,
so rightly said, and thank you for that. So I would like to ask,
to make Web 3.0 practically available, we need regulations.
Absolutely. I completely, totally agree with whatever you said. So I have a thought just because the time when you were speaking. So so I woke up to one day to a news on the Cambridge Analytica case, right? Quite old, but it was very shocking, right? Where, so many number of people's information, data has been used, right? And then what do you think in terms of the in terms of user data on blockchain? How can we protect that in terms of the networks as per compliance? And another question associated with this is how regulators can check the compliance in user data protection. Maybe you want to talk about that very quickly.
Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, sure.
The user data, like, see, one thing, when we are going for public chains, better don't expose anything. And what you are going to store in blockchain, make it minimalized. And of course, you have to use better encryption technologies. More than that, like it is very much related with my research area. Secure computation protocols are there. You don't expose your private data at all. You work on a framework in such a way, none of the private data is being, you are not working directly on the private data, right? Like you're computing on the private data without exposing your private data. Go for that, develop technologies, like it is still under development, like because optimization is still an issue.
Yes.
In secure computation protocols. But it is not that the thing like it cannot be done. It can be done. So like find out, come out, protect your data, and the users, whoever has are willing to share the data, get a consent from them and educate them how it will be used, which are all the data will be made public, or which one and all will be used. Have a kind of another one smart contract. Okay, one more thing, run it. So like human interaction is not needed at all, but make the system in such a way that all the regulatory, I'm talking as such, the regulatory consensus or everything is available. So the system is designed in such a way, all the regulatory compliances are inbuilt. So it will automatically provide a trustworthy system. So people can freely come and use it, and blockchain will become like just like how encryption has become a day-to-day activity without us even experiencing that. Like that, blockchain will also become a day-to-day application.
All right, great. Wonderful. So another point I think which comes out from this is maybe Pragya, you want to take that up on the regulatory requirements for the blockchain-based applications. What do you think? What are some of the very key regulatory requirements we have for the blockchain-based systems? And also, if you can tell us some differences from, Anasuya touched on public and private. Maybe you can give a flavor and tell us what differences do you see in both the kind of networks?
See, we talked about blockchain in Indian context. So it is still a very gray area in terms of regulatory frameworks. We're still not able to get a very clear guidelines, very clear regulatory principles in this blockchain area. But, and again, blockchain is a technology, as Anusia already make it clear, that blockchain is a technology and cryptocurrencies and other digital assets are the applications. Most of the people get confused and make it same, but actually they are different, and we have different regulatory guidelines for each applications. It's like if it is a cryptocurrency, then we have a different regulations. If it is digital asset or virtual asset, then we have a different regulations. And if it is non-fungible tokens, then we have a different regulations. Or each and every application, we have a different regulation, and blockchain is a technology which is used as a base for all these applications. So right now in India, the blockchain technology is most used in education system. And as far as cryptocurrencies, our Indian system does not able to accept that, as we have already seen in 2020, RBI already put a ban by issuing CV. But although it is like gets aside by Supreme Court of India, but it is still not very favorably accepted by our government. And there are still lots of debate is going on over the securities, over the definitions, over the taxation policies. When it comes to regulations, yes, of course, blockchain is like any other network is, had a setback of data breach. And as we all know that blockchain system works on majority consensus for the verification. It's like if 50% of your sources get verified, then all the data can be verified. Like 100% data can be verified by the hacker. So if anyone who is, it's like private and public networks on blockchain. So if anyone hacks the private key of any other person, then he or she can breach the data. And it can be done by just 50% by, just getting 50% of the access. The 100% of the data get verified and it can be breached. So we still need a very good regulations and very good technologies, or maybe some other solutions to stop this thing. And in terms of regulations, we have regulations in Information Technology Act 2002 and money laundering, yes, anti-money laundering regulations, some of the guidelines by Reserve Bank of India, and some of the advertisement guidelines by central advertisement authorities in order to secure the consumer interest foremost. And yes, yeah, and the second question is like, what is private and public blockchain networks you are talking about? So in case of public blockchain, it is available to everyone. When it comes to public blockchain, the data is available to everyone. When it comes to private, then person needs or user needs a private key to access the information. This is the only difference between private and public blockchains networks. And in terms of the regulations, for both of the blockchains, there will be a same kind of regulations. But in case of public, the data is already very disclosed. You can take it as like an internet. Mm-hmm. Like internet, we have two types of data available. One is very much open to all, and one is like we need a password to secure them, like our private accounts and all. So in order to secure all these things, like an internet, we have policies, we have regulations, and we have some authority to check over that private data is also not something which is, which can breach the privacy of or security of Indian data. Is something like that. In the same way, in blockchain technology, we need some kind of regulations like that. So yeah.
All right. Wonderful. I think a lot of things coming out from the discussion. So how do you think the organizations in general, and we spoke about India's stance, RBI's stance, but and if we have to talk about organizations in general, what do you think? How do they keep abreast with the emerging regulatory considerations which are there, right? And maybe talk about the latest trends which are currently in the blockchain security, maybe risk compliance. I was reading through one of the very new papers coming in from MICA on the European Union. You want to touch something on those, maybe Pragya?
Yeah, so in case, just as you are asking, like how the organization can keep themselves abreast. So of course, there is nothing to do unique about even this technology. Blockchain is unique, but the procedure to adopt is not that unique. It's like the way any technology can be adopted, in the same way it has to be accepted. It has to be integrated in the system. In the same way, the users or the organizations who are going to be the potential users of this technology need to be, participate in the government discussions, be with the government policy, be very, very upfrontly and participate in policy decision makings. When it comes to lots of confusion, create these kinds of educational, what we can say, educational webinars like this to educate more and more people that this is a technology and you can use them in a very different way. For example, there are lots of organizations, even in current period in India, they are using blockchain technology in their education system. There is a ban in crypto side, but the other things are very clear. Like government has an intention to support this blockchain technology.
Agreed.
Against blockchain technology. Government is against the crypto system. because it is very uncertain. There are so many reasons, like crypto is not backed with any kind of security. Its prices are determined by demand and supply. And there are so many lots of loopholes in crypto. We all know that. So government is not able to accept this upfrontly, but government is in huge support of this blockchain technology.
Yeah.
So for the organizations who are working in this or who are going to be the potential users, they have to be participative. They have to be very open to this thing. Like they have to take this responsibility, and they have to launch a campaigns, and maybe they have to work with the government to make people understand, like this is a technology and we can, for example, like in case of digital payment system, earlier it was not easily acceptable, but with the time of corona, everyone started using phone pay, Paytm, everyone started using, even my grandfather started using Paytm. So it is something which is beyond the imagination for anyone. Someday he will start believing okay, if I'm not keeping notes in my pocket, I can still transact.
Exactly.
So that's how this technology can adopted by the people. Otherwise there is no way, because it is very hard to make people understand about the digital payment system, and this blockchain technology is ahead of this. So it is difficult, but it will work someday. I'm very hopeful.
Yeah, even I am. And you brought me an incident a month back or so, one of the OGs of the world for blockchain, and I am a huge fan of the guy. He's from Finland, has been working on so many books, and he came to India and he made a video short, and he shot that saying that even a rickshaw wala or a pan wala has UPI enabled, which is not, we are quite ahead in the game, right? At least in the digital payment side. So one of the things I really want to ask you in the flow itself is, most of the time the retail investor is the one who loses, right? Talk about crypto especially, right? So what do you think, is there any way to protect the retail investor, and any, the hype or the kind of crypto prices going up and down, maybe is there any specific protection layer which can be done for the retail investors? And is, since SEBI is there, so any SEBI like kind of a body or a regulation is formed currently, or are they working any of those in those directions, of?
Well, talking about cryptocurrencies, I'm not a huge fan of cryptocurrencies at this point of time, because, this is a currency which is not backed by anything. It is the prices of the cryptocurrencies controlled by demand and supply. It has no face value. It's like you cannot I have a Bitcoin and can I exchange it with $1? No, you cannot do that, because there is no organization which is working behind it, or it is not backed by anything. If your Bitcoin has a demand, then only you can convert it into, you can get a value for it, but you cannot just trade it. For example, in case of securities, if your share rupees is rupees 10, if your share price is rupees 10 rupees, it's like face value, you will get 10 rupees at least, in no matter what will be the share price in market. But if it has a if its face value is rupees 10, you will get it for rupees 10. But in case of cryptocurrencies, you don't have that mechanism. It's the demand and supply that control all the prices. So of course cryptocurrencies are not the securities. They are termed as, and it is very unclear, we have no definition in any law what is the cryptocurrency means. We cannot define cryptocurrency still. So for some people it is like a digital asset, virtual asset, and as per the definition, like Supreme Court judgment says that it can be it can come under the definition of digital assets, or it can be come under the definition of money. So they are the cryptocurrency satisfy all the requirements of, it can be defined as money as well, it can be defined as digital asset as well. But the implications of this is way different. If it is considered as money, then it has a different implications in terms of law, and it considered as an asset, digital asset, then it has a very different implications. So somewhere income tax department, or we can say tax department, clarify this, and they defined it as under the digital assets, intangible digital assets category, and put 30% tax in its in particular circumstances. Not every time. When you convert it into your fiat currency, it's like in rupees or some dollar or maybe something, then it will be imposed with a 30% of tax, and there is no set off. This is the law we have, and we have nothing available for cryptocurrencies as far as for definition point of view, and its prices are literally based on demand and supply. So at present, I don't think we have any mechanism to control that. If you have a demand for the currency, it will like rise, and if you don't have a demand for the currency, it will lower. It's like it's all the market mechanism. It is all go with market sentiments. And for the organization like SEBI, no, cryptocurrencies has no cryptocurrency like for like Bitcoin, Ethereum, it has no holders right. There is nobody, no institution can claim that we are the issuers of this currency. It comes from somewhere and it start used by the users, and again its price rise low. There is nobody who is the generator of the currency. There is no inception of this currency. So we have at this point, we have no regulatory authority for these price control mechanism. And if we talked about what could be done in this field, like how can we get over this problem? So I believe a few times back, I was reading one report, and in which the suggestion was imposed, like issuing of block coins, which has some face value and which is backed by some kind of fiat currencies. Like so it is like issuing like a share in the form of digital assets. For me, it is like, so it could be a better alternative for cryptocurrencies, but
more like a stable coin, you mean?
Yeah, it is more stable coin, and it is more stable because it has a face value, like a gold. Like if you buy this particular gram of gold, and you pay some kind of fiat, it can be exchanged by fiat currencies. Like maybe it's dollar, it may be rupees. But in case of crypto, you have no value per se. Or just like, suppose it's a block, I will say it's a Bitcoin, it has in a way no value until it has a demand. But if it is a block coins, then it will has backing with an asset, like it may be of some rupees, or maybe of any assets, underlying assets with it, so it can be exchanged. So I think this could be the solution for the retailers who could suffer.
Yeah, wonderfully explained, by the way. So I'll come to the next one, and maybe Yamini will open up perspective from you. If you can help us know about some of the countries where some case studies about the countries which have crypto already, or maybe the digital currency regulations already in place. You want to take that up?
Hey, sure, yeah. And thank you, Pragya, Sneha, and Anusuya for setting such good platform for me to contribute here. Some very good points have come out from all three of you. Talking about countries, where the cryptos, there are certain countries where cryptos have been totally banned. We have China here as a leader, for example, who have totally banned it. But then we have countries like ourselves who are unregulated. Then we have countries which are totally regulated today. And one of the very leading economies, which I would want to take as an example, other than EU, I'll come to EU later. But let's for example, let's look at Singapore. Singapore is one of the most rising hub, for all kind of innovation, businesses, etc. Despite being size even smaller than Delhi and having population even 1/10 of it maybe, but look at the kind of global exposure that the country has, and kind of it welcomes innovation. So there is a Payment Services Act similar to ours. We have Payment Settlement Act. They have a Payment Services Act, wherein they have clearly defined, as Pragya highlighted, right, that there is no distinction between what is e-money and what is an asset-backed money and what is purely a utility token, etc. So Singapore has been one of the countries, which has clearly defined what is an e-money and how are you supposed to regulate it. What is a digital payment token which is pegged to a currency, And what is a digital payment token, which is in the nature of purely a utility or a governance token, as we talk about on various protocols. So since the clarity on the definitions of these three different type of assets or different type of crypto or tokens you would want to call them is here, it is very easy for any, let's say, a token issuer, if they have to decide, that which is the appropriate jurisdiction which I should go to issue my tokens, because I want to be on the right side of law. And which is always a correct approach. I could do my token issuance in India today because there are no regulations here. I could take benefit of that. But what if the regulations come tomorrow and the entire model that I started on with kind of collapses? So might as well go to a country where there are laws defined. And if we look at the Singapore laws, they have clearly told if you are a digital payment service provider, which, for example, I can say if you're an exchange. So what are the kind of licenses you need to take from the Monetary Authority of Singapore over there to do the business of acting as a crypto exchange there? So when laws and licenses, and those licenses are also backed by a lot of compliances to the level of what the shareholding pattern of the company, which is acting as a crypto platform or a crypto exchange, to the extent of how those money that is coming in what accounts they have to be kept, are they escrow accounts, etc. All disclosures, everything is very clearly defined in that law, which not only gives a boost to innovation, because of course those people who are trying to adopt blockchain through the use of, let's say, crypto assets or just digital tokens, etc. Because it's not necessary, right, that you always have to have a payment token. It can only be a digital token which is minted on the blockchain. Like we have loyalty points. Some people would want to mint their loyalty points on the blockchain so that to have automated distribution of those points and to have those voting mechanisms on chain, etc. So since the regulations are so well defined today, not only those people who want to use the blockchain technology are looking at Singapore, but also the retail investors or the holders of these tokens, of these assets, are more comfortable in holding from a company or from an exchange which is backed by some kind of regulations. Similarly, we have EU now. And just this morning, somebody told me, and I haven't read it so far, that even Hong Kong as a country has brought out some paper. It's a huge paper, and it's just come out on the 1st of June. So I haven't had a chance to look at it. But even they are trying to identify, what are the kind of licenses when you are kind of issuing your token, how are you determining whether it is a security token or a utility token? Because the difference between security and utility is the biggest issue across borders. We've seen, how SEC is after every other token issuer. And as for SEC's own chairperson, he himself has made a statement that he himself personally feels that other than Bitcoin, every other token which is there in the market is a security token.
Exactly.
So this is exactly what happens when there are no regulations. So that an enforcement agency today is deciding cases based on its own understanding of the law, not backed by what is written in the letter of law, which is why regulations become very important. Now, we have here, like EU has been a leader, by bringing out its own regulations here. We have Singapore, we have Switzerland, we have Dubai now, and there are various other countries which have brought about. But what will lead to a global adoption, right? So these are very country-specific laws. Now, presuming I do some token issuance from Singapore, but the holders that I have of my tokens are spread globally. How do I ensure, that I'm doing all my compliances for those global users? Now, this is a topic, which has arisen in various other law fields. And for example, I'll take trademarks and copyrights. When we started discussing about the extraterritorial protection of my trademark. So right now, whatever trademark I have is only within my country. Now, how did I ensure that there was an extraterritorial protection of my trademark? Is when the Madrid Protocol came in, and all the countries who were signatories, they kind of identified, that at a global level, if a company wants to protect its brand, at a global level, they can file an application, and across all the countries, who are signatories to those protocols will give a protection. So similarly here, we've had so many conventions and protocols in the past where there have been multiple, cross-border signatories to it. We need to have a protocol or a convention like this written down where, those basic laws will be applied and, followed by all countries, irrespective of where they are, whoever is a signatory to that. And then based on that model, they can build their local laws to ensure, that globally all the laws are mapped to a certain protocol, which is when, there'll be a uniform adoption of all the blockchain technology and the assets. And only then will interoperability between countries and enforcement agencies, etc., will be at the same level and at a level which the global audience really wants today.
Exactly. And, while you were speaking, I also recollect that when this FTX collapse happened, FTX Japan was the only one which no retailers lost anything in that. So the conditions were extremely beautiful out there.
So we should definitely look at, how they have built. And again, I'm a very strong believer that something has to be made on a global level and then adopt that charter into your personal laws, depending on what are your local requirements are. But the base needs to be same. Only then will global adoption happen.
Wonderful. I think that's a wonderful take, Yamini. And I'll also, go back to Anasuya. You wanna bring in some different perspective, or what do you think on this case studies, especially on the point which we are discussing on the global scenario, how countries are adopting, what should be the plan of action? What do you think?
Yeah, Ritu. As you mentioned, when that exchange collapse happened, Japan was not affected. Why? In 2017 itself, the country has recognized cryptocurrency, and they have the Financial Service Agency, their FSA, that sees all the regulations and exchanges in Japan. So they are kind of little ahead of the world. That's the reason they have the regulations. They have a proper set controls, measures, and AML is properly maintained over there. Anti-money laundering obligations, right? So this is the major reason the investors from there were saved. And then again, we have Malta. Yamini has clearly told about Switzerland, also like Singapore, and Dubai also she has mentioned a bit. Malta, like we call it as a blockchain island. They have the Malta Digital Innovation Authority. And there are like 3 different bills passed in 2018 itself. The Virtual Financial Assets Act, VFAA, and Innovation Technology Arrangement Services. And another one is the Malta Digital Innovation Authority Act. So, and even in Singapore, we have the Mass Monetary Authority of Singapore. And actually, it sees through all the activities under Payment Services Act. They have a separate act. And if you see South Korea, they have the Information Security Management System certifications. They provide the certifications, and they have a proper system for taxation of cryptocurrencies. Okay, and this is different countries. I want to go back to our own India, right? See here, MITI, our Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, it is working along with other institutions, academic institutions, as well as other government institutions, and mostly like they are planning to create a national blockchain framework, NBF. Okay, especially for focusing on 3 types of participants. User of technology, the application users, and the providers, like the infrastructure service providers, the blockchain as a service providers, or like directly the industries, and whoever is going to provide the IT stack. So focusing on all these 3, they are, it's a very good plan. Like I couldn't get the second part from our Niti Ayog. The first part I have read it, and it is also mentioning about some case studies. Other than cryptocurrency, we are working a lot in India, and our Indian government, again, it is considering with the RBI, the CBDC. So not just India, many countries are working towards that. So when that is accepted, of course, when all the countries the only thing is, what I feel is $1 and $1 Indian rupee, it will become equal. There is going to be, because when you're going to work with CBDC, like we tell that our fiat money and our digital currency is same, right? 1 rupee means 1 coin. Right? When we have such a system, or else again like this, some transfers, you have to go for 100 euros like that. We don't want that system again. We will come to socialism, right? So there are work going on. And like, if you see the separate states in India, we have Tamil Nadu, we have Telangana. They have all, like Tamil Nadu in 2019 itself, they have a proper regulations built, sorry, not regulations, the plan built on, but they are still working on. But as such, none of the states are going towards the currency, but applications. And Karnataka is working on e-attestation, okay, along with central government institutions. So we have the Niti Aayog is there, MIT is there, CDAC is there, IITs are working on, and especially with what do you say, machine learning, and how to include that and how to optimize for different type of networks. And like in the banking sector, like with the RBI, and one thing, the Yes Bank, Access Bank, they are like, already they have introduced a little bit of blockchain applications. Even few more banks are in line. But the thing is, we need a centralized, what do you say, instead of authority, a neutral party. See, I will make it sure this is purely my own ideation, what I am going to tell now, because it shouldn't imply on somebody else. If suppose, see, we have the Hyperledger Forum, right? It's an open source community. So if Hyperledger can work with different regulators from different countries, right? If we have some, project, and we develop a beautiful framework, we have the Unicode system for programming, correct? We have slowly, all the countries, we have accepted that, and we have updated the coding languages. Likewise, if we could go on for, there will be a lot of advocate will be going on, because it shouldn't be like private blockchain. It shouldn't be fully public. There should be some intermediary, like as I mentioned, permission public chains. And if you take this, even Hyperledger, we are working on scalability. So if scalability can be obtained in the permission blockchains, so like, and if forum like for Hyperledger with a lot of platforms, depending on the applications, because if you want day-to-day activities, IoT has to come. There the scalability is there. Even like we are working on that, like increasing the scalability, especially with permissioned public chains. So like we have even put a project for collaborative learning. That is why we have put it as an open source. So it should be open for everybody. Anyone who wants to use it should be with Hyperledger should be able to come across and work. Yes. There should be some neutrality, equilibrium we have to find out. I hope it will happen very soon. Right.
All right, wonderful. I think we just have 5 minutes, but I can't close this discussion without talking about the challenges which the blockchain-based projects face in terms of the regulatory compliances. I would like to understand very quickly from Yamini, and then we will take up some questions.
Yeah, so on the part of challenges, see, the major challenge which we have seen in the past is based on security. And this is not a new challenge. This is something that we've seen in the Web 2 world also. And this is continuing to be in the Web 3 world. Now, if you look at the way our governments, kind of reacted to this challenge in the Web2 was they brought in data privacy laws. And this is some place, where India is lagging far behind. We still don't have a law. There was a bill that came, it got removed now. The ministry is kind of confirming that by October, we may have another bill which is passed by the parliament. It's only time will tell how that unfolds. But more than the government and the regulators, there is a very important institution which I feel all of us have missed out in this discussion, is the standard setting organizations. So even when we look at our whatever limited data privacy laws we have right now, the sensitive information protection, the guidelines, they clearly say that every agency has to be compliant with ISO 27001. That's the standard that's been set. So we today need a standard setting organization who kinds of writes that down, that what are the way to secure your codes, and not just coding, from an environment perspective also. There needs to be clear indicators of what is sustainability, what are the key ingredients that you need to code well so that the environment is not impacted by the use of blockchain technology, which is a totally different area of discussion altogether. So we need these organizations like we have SOC 2, SOC 3, ISO 27001. Similar to these, we should have an agency who sets out these standards which everybody needs to comply to, and then auditing happens accordingly, like we today do in the Web2 world. So something like that needs to be done. And once these standards are set, it's very easy then for governments to say that everybody has to comply to this standard. The government cannot be setting out these standards. We can make a policy around something, but we can't build those standards. So once those standards are kind of built, then it's very easy for the government to say that anybody who's using blockchain technology, whether it's for crypto or for any use case that blockchain has, you need to comply with this technology. And then we can have an authority like CERT-in that we already have right now, which kinds of ensures the response time to any kind of cyber attacks or Sybil attacks, or what we have in the crypto world, the history revision attack, so on and so forth, which the proof of stake protocols generally have. So this is the biggest challenge on the point of security. There are challenges on the point of investor protection, but I feel our Indian government is doing pretty okay when it comes to investor protection, because we have the ASCI, which is the Advertising Standard Council of India, which has already told what kind of disclaimers, etc., need to be put up for any ad which talks about cryptos or NFTs, etc. So those disclaimers, etc., have come in. Anti-money laundering protection has come in. Then on the tax side also, there is clear, disclosure that, what is the taxability of it. Though I personally feel that you are kind of refraining people from converting their cryptos into Indian currency because of this. And you're kind of encouraging them to, be more involved in the crypto space rather than taking that investment, putting them back into your bank account and using them in your real life. But on the investor side, what more can be done? The challenge that is coming in is on the white paper part. If you look at the white paper of so many tokens, there is no standard that has to be met. Some white paper only talks about the technology which is being built. Some white paper goes on to tell the entire use case of that token. But there is no standard or there is no clarity as to what is it that you should disclose in your white paper. So, and this is where the retail investor gets affected, because the retail investor, this is not an IPO document which you can read everything and then you can decide, whether you want to buy these shares or not. This white paper is totally dependent on the issuer, that what I want to disclose, what I don't want to disclose. And then it's also on the exchange whether they want to tell me to add more disclosures on my white paper or not. So for investor protection, what is needed is that you need to set out what the white paper should kind of highlight, so that we as lawyers are also able to kind of advise people on the retail side also and on the corporate side also, that how should you really go out in the market and communicate about your tokens. So this is a bridge which the regulators have to travel and bring out that clarity. So these are a few issues which I feel that the government, or not alone, but along with the standard setting organization, should work on.
Oh, wonderful. I think some great insights.
I just want to add one more point. It's like I'm very much agreed with Yamini, as she shares, as she already mentioned that the advertisement guidelines we have, and they are so Okay, they are clear, but they are so unregulated that they are even self-regulatory guidelines. If it is advisable to follow them, but it is not, compulsory to follow them. So the law is still in a very gray area. That is why it is not clear and it is not safe to use it for the retail investors.
Wonderful. I think that's absolutely bang on. All right, I think we are up time now. The questions which are already on the chat, please feel free to answer. Your last comments, if you want to just quickly give a line or two. Most welcome, Sneha, Pragya, Yamini, Anasuya. Any last quick thoughts? We'll just quickly do a round and we'll start with you, Sneha. Sorry.
Thank you, Ritu. It was actually a very insightful conversation that we had. And I just wanted to reiterate what Yamini had said about having a common framework. So there have been instances where internationally there have been model laws, whether it be for arbitration or e-commerce, where they set a global standard and allowed independent countries to sort of adopt them as per their regional requirements. And that has been enormously successful. Not only does it provide regulatory certainty, even with respect to understanding laws of like foreign jurisdictions, it provides more clarity. And another final point I wanted to add is just like how regulatory clarity is important for blockchain too can be used for regulatory compliance. So whether it be for dispute resolution or contract enforcement or issuance of bill of lading, etc., blockchain is a great technology which can be leveraged for compliance. So thank you so much for having me. It was great to be part of this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Any last 1-2 liners from any of you? And then we'll just quickly wrap it up.
I would like to add on point, we need a collaborative effort for generating the regulations from all the stakeholders, industries, governments, policymakers, the standards organizations, everyone, to make this regulations in a standardized way so that Web3 is going to be practically available in the near future.
Oh, wonderful. I think very, very well summarized. Yamini, you want to go next?
My just one concluding line to the government, not just of India, for global, is bring out regulations. If you want to ban it, please ban it, but don't keep us unregulated. So see, I'm not like a total advocate of having crypto, but I'm not even against innovation, and I'm totally for any innovation. So there has to be a balance. And I leave this job to the government. We are all here as consultants to help them in this role, but bring out a clarity so that people who genuinely want to work in this field, they are able to make a roadmap of where are they going to. So those who are, there will always be certain people who would want to make some misuse of this gap. But I genuinely, personally know people who want to use this technology, use this space and make something beautiful out of it. So help these people, to have a clear roadmap of where are they going towards. So I would want to conclude on that. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Pragya, your last points. You want to go?
Yeah, I just want to say, as on the same lines as Yamini said, we are not against this crypto assets or cryptocurrency, but there should be some clarity in the guidelines and frameworks so that we can use it with certainty. And this technology, blockchain, is actually a great technology. It should be used in a way because it is doing wonders in education field, and it is great for protecting someone from data breach and all. But there should be some clarity in the frameworks. That's all I want from the government.
Yeah, wonderful. I think this was such a amazing session. Thank you so very much, all of you, taking time and helping us out. I'm sure a lot of people will reflect back on the points which you have made, and that's what I always say. The best discussions are they actually kick in to think more, right? I think a lot of points to take in from. Thank you very much. And I would like to actually now give this mic and the stage to Nidhi. Nidhi, you there? Hi. So I had already been working with Nidhi because we are definitely from the same chapter, Hyperledger India. Nidhi, the most approachable, always helpful, anytime we require her. Thank you, Nidhi. I'll just quickly introduce you so that everybody knows who you are. So Nidhi works as a senior solution engineer, building blockchain solutions at scale. She's with Walmart Global Tech India. She has about 7 years of experience working on the blockchain and the backend technologies. Prior to Walmart, she was working with geo platforms as a senior engineer, and she was solving one of the problems of UCC spam prevention that was using blockchain. It's a very, I also personally know of this. Has got a big influence within the blockchain domain, solving for 1 billion users and billion people. She's been actively working in the technology space, conducting a lot of conferences, being a part of hackathons herself. And she has been also nominated as Hyperledger Labs Steward program early this year. And she also participates, she's actually the developer advocate at Hyperledger India chapter, and also has mentored in the mentorship program and in last year, 2022. So over to you, Nidhi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritu. The session was really insightful. I could get from it, 1 hour was not sufficient for it, having these many amazing and passionate ladies, and then they are speaking their minds out. So 1 hour was definitely not doing justice for them. But yeah, then this is what we had for today. So thank you to Ritu and all the panelists. So now we'll get started with the first technical presentation for the day. Yeah, so I'll quickly share my screen. Yes, so I'm sure if you're working in the blockchain space, you might have worked or heard about smart contracts. So to just set some context, smart contracts are the mind for any blockchain network. So they contain the business logic that needs to be run on the network. And there are often cases when we want to deal with smart contracts that needs to be executed concurrently. So today we'll learn about efficient concurrent execution of smart contracts on blockchains using object-based transactional memory. And the topic is led by Shweta Kumari. So Shweta is a research scientist at Hawaii Technologies India, and her areas of research are blockchain, nested transactions, parallel and distributed computing and file system. She has done her PhD from Department of Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Hyderabad. And she has also published multiple research papers at various international conferences and journals. And she has also reviewed various conferences and journals at Computing Journal and IEEE Access. And her research work is recognized across the industry, and she has received a lot of appreciations on that. So without any further ado, I'll hand over to Shweta.
Thank you so much, Nidhi, for introducing me and presentation. Thanks everyone for joining the talk. Let me just share my screen now.
Sure.
Is my screen visible to you?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can see it.
Perfect, perfect. Thanks for folks for joining my talk. So the panel discussion was quite interesting, and it was how blockchain can help till now. So now I'm going to give a technical talk in which we'll come to know how the blockchain can run efficiently by using the concurrent execution of smart contracts. So the title of today's talk is efficient concurrent execution of smart contracts in blockchain using object-based transactional memory. So basically here we have developed, I along with a couple of other researchers and my postdoc advisor and PhD advisor, like we have developed a framework to execute the concurrent transactions in the smart contract of the blockchain. So the outline of the today's talk is gonna be, I'll start with the introduction of the blockchain that I feel like everybody knows, but still I'll just go briefly about it. And then I'll just discuss like what are bottlenecks in the existing blockchain design. And then like to execute the concurrent execution of the smart contract, like what are the challenges we have faced. So in this section, I'll cover like challenges in the execution of smart contract transactions concurrently. And basically here we have proposed like multi-threaded miner and multi-threaded validator. So that I'll discuss in the proposed methodology. And then I'll show some experimental evaluation to represent the gain through the proposed algorithm as compared to the state of the art one. And like most of the attendees and panel member knows like what are the real world applications of the blockchain. That briefly I'll discover over here. And then I'll conclude my presentation followed by some research opportunity, like what are the opportunity this research is giving us. So let's discuss the introduction. So as we know, and everyone please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions. So I would be happy to take the question in between as well. So like blockchain, as we know, blockchain is a distributed decentralized database, or it is having ledger of records, in which like each block consists of couple of transactions, hash of its previous block, and like a hash of like, so that it would be immutable. So that's what, like for the sake of simplicity, I have included the 2 blocks in the blockchain and a couple of more it can be. So a block consists of the list of transactions. So these are the list of transactions. So here basically 2 main entities are there, like one is miner and the another one is validator. So miner adds block to the blockchain and validators validate each block added to the blockchain, stating that the miner has proposed a block like which is correct or not. If it's correct, then everybody will add it. Otherwise, it will reject it based on the consensus. So the popular blockchains are like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hyperledger, etc. So in this talk, I'll more focus towards the Ethereum blockchain. Like till now, like we know, like there are two types of research that can be done in the blockchain. Basically, one is the security concern, and the another one is the concurrent execution, or like how efficiently we can execute the blockchains, like smart contracts or transactions in the blockchain. So my talk is going to be more focused on the concurrent execution or the efficient execution of the blockchain. So here, like we'll discuss first, like what is the Ethereum high-level design. So as we know, like Ethereum nodes form a peer-to-peer system. So it would be again clear with the example. Like here, a client is there which is external to the system, and who wants to execute these smart contracts, it needs to contact with the peer of the system. So here, for the sake of simplicity, I have considered 4 peers in the system, like peer 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there are 3 clients, client 1, 2, and 3. And these clients wants to execute the transaction T1, T2, and T3 respectively. And I have assumed like all the peers is having the synchronous view of the blockchain, which consists of 3 blocks, block B1, B2, and B3. So now what will happen, like client sends these transactions to the miner. Just assume like here peer P4 is acting as a miner. So what will happen, like what miner is doing first? So miner is executing these transactions sequentially. In the current scenario, the miner is executing these transactions sequentially, and then it's evaluating the final state, and it's also calculating the hash of its previous block. And after calculating all these things, the miner is proposing a new block, which is say like B4, like block B4 has been proposed by peer P4. And like what will happen after that? After proposing the block B4, the miner, the peer P4 is acting as a miner over here. So that's why I'm using the word miner and peer P4 interchangeably. So here what peer P4 will do, after evaluating the block B4, it will broadcast the block B4 to the network to validate by the other peers in the system. So what other peer will do? Other peers will also execute these transactions sequentially one after another, and it will compute the current state corresponding to each data item accessed by these transactions. And then what will happen, like after calculating these things, each peer 1, 2, 3 is acting as a validator over here. So what they'll do, they'll just calculate the current state corresponding to each transaction, and then they'll check it whether the current state evaluated by the validator and the final state given by the miner, whether both are same or not. If both are same and consensus has been reached, consensus as in like more than 50% of the peers should get agree into the proposed block B4. If that has been reached, then the respective block will get added to the blockchain. Otherwise, the peer will reject the block. So here, for the sake of simplicity, I have assumed like the peer gets agree to the block B4, and after that, block B4 has been added to the blockchain. So here one can see that the synchronous view of the blockchain is like now B1, B2, B3 followed by B4. So one can observe that here what will happen, what has happened, like in the case of miner also as well as validator also, both the miner and validator execute these transactions sequentially one after another. So what will happen, what is the research outcome coming from here, like that I'm going to discuss in the upcoming slides. So before going to the research, like I'll just brief about the smart contract, like what exactly the smart contract is. Like modern blockchain interposes an additional software layer between the client and the blockchain known as smart contract. So a smart contract, basically we can say that like it's a piece of code that is deployed in the blockchain node. So one can assume that like the transfer function, like banking, as we all of know, like banking example. So the transfer function, like transferring the amount from sender to the receiver. So here transfer function can act as a smart contract. So here like client requests are directed to the smart contract, and the smart contracts examples are like coin contract, ballot contract, simple auction, etc. So it would be again clear with the example, like I have considered one transfer function of the smart contract, which is like here, the transfer function has taking the three arguments, which is sender ID, receiver ID, and the amount sender wants to transfer from sender to the receiver. So it will first check whether the amount that wants to transfer is greater than the balance that sender is having. If it's greater than, then it will throw an exception, because see, sender is not having sufficient balance to send that amount. So that's why it will throw the exception. Otherwise, the respective amount will be debited from the sender account and it will credited to the receiver account. So this is the transfer function of the smart contract, coin smart contract. So now we are going to discuss like what is the bottleneck in the existing blockchain. So as we know, like till now we have covered like serial execution of the transactions by miners and validators fail to harness the power of multi-core processor. So as we know, like these days when we are buying even our smartphones, laptops, all are multi-core, all are having the multi-core processor, either quad-core, octa-core, etc. So the question is like, why can't we exploit these cores properly? So increase the throughput. So we are saying like serial execution of the transactions by miners and validators fail to harness the power of multi-core, ubiquitous multi-core processor, and thus degrades the throughput. Again, this would be clear with the example. Here, for the sake of simplicity, like I have considered two transactions, which is showing the serial execution of the transactions. So transaction 1 and transaction 2. So transaction 1 wants to transfer $10 from account A to account B, whereas transaction T2 wants to transfer $20 from account C to D. And here C stands for commit. This C1 and C2 stands for commit of transaction T1 and T2 respectively. So one can observe that here easily, like all the accounts, like account A, B, C, and D, all are independent. They are not overlapping at all. Still, in the current scenario, what the execution is happening, like these execution are happening sequentially. So the research is like, why can't we execute those transactions concurrently and get the better throughput? So idea is to execute these transactions concurrently and get the better output. So in the picture B, it's showing the concurrent execution in which the transaction T1 and T2 both are executing concurrently and giving the better throughput. So here, by leveraging the multiple threads to execute the transactions, we can achieve better efficiency and higher throughput. But the concurrent execution poses several challenges that we know. Whenever we are executing the transactions concurrently, we need to come up with equivalent serial schedule to get the to say this concurrent execution is correct. So that's why the first we have faced couple of challenges. Among them, I'll just list two challenges which are very important. So first one is concurrent execution while accessing the conflicting data item. So just assume there are two threads, thread T1 and T2, and both wants to access the same data item, which is K. So when the two transactions are accessing the same data item, and at least one of them are doing the write on that data item, then we are saying that these two threads are conflicting to each other. So this is the picture of showing the conflicting access to the shared data item K. So when the transactions or threads are executing the conflicting transactions, then identifying the conflicts at runtime is not straightforward. That is very challenging to identify the conflicts at runtime. And the second one is, let's say one of the simplest solution to handle the conflicts is acquire the lock. Like whoever the thread will go first to execute the data item, just acquire the lock on the data item first and let them other threads to just wait. So, but the acquiring lock is not so simple. So it will also lead to the deadlock, live lock, priority inversion, etc. So improper use of lock may leads to deadlock. And as I said, whenever we are executing the transactions concurrently, we need to come up with equivalent serial schedule to say that this concurrent execution is correct. So discovering an equivalent serial schedule of the concurrent execution of SCT. SCT stands for Smart Concurrent Transactions over here. Is difficult. So identifying the equivalent serial schedule is difficult. So the solution we are proposing over here is like software transactional memory to solve these challenges. So here we have used the software transactional memory system as a black box to execute the transactions concurrently. So I'll discuss more in the upcoming slides, how the STMs is helping to run the execution concurrently. But the second challenge we have faced is validator may incorrectly reject a valid block proposed by the miner that we should not tolerate. Sorry. So we call such error as a false block rejection error. So again, this would be clear with the example. Just assume there are two threads, T1 and T2, like that wants to transfer the amount $10 from account A to B, and thread 2 wants to transfer the $20 from account B to A. Now, what will happen with the concurrent execution? What are the issues can occur that I'll cover in this slide? Let's say, the miner has executed these transactions concurrently with the equivalent serial schedule T1 followed by T2. So what will happen? I just prepare a table to understand it in a better way. Like there are two accounts, account A and B, and just assume initial balance both the accounts are having is $10. Now what will happen if the transaction T1 will get executed? So the transaction account A wants to transfer $10 from account A to B. So after executing the transaction T1, the account B will have $20, whereas account A will have $0 balance, because $10 has been transferred from account A to B. So it would be $0 in account A and $20 balance would be in account B after executing the transaction T1. Now the transaction T2 will execute. So transaction T2 wants to transfer the $20 from account B to A. So what will happen, after execution of this transaction, the amount will be in the account B would be $0 and $20 would be in account A. So the final state corresponding to the each account would be $20 in account A and $0 in account B. This would be the concurrent execution of the smart contract by miner with the equivalent serial schedule T1 followed by T2. Now just assume like validator is also there. Well, now it's time to validate the concurrent execution by the miner. And assume like validator executed these transactions concurrently, but in just opposite manner. Opposite manner as in, like instead of T1 followed by T2, validator execute these transactions, T2 followed by T1. Then what will happen? Just see over here. Like the transaction T2 wants to transfer $20 from account B to A. But the initial balance in account A and B is having $10 only. So transaction T2 will not get succeeded, and because of insufficient balance in account B. So it will return abort, and this transaction will not get executed. But after that, if T1 will get executed, then the balance would be in account A, it would be 0, and account B will have $20 after the execution of transaction T1. So here one can see that the final state executed by the miner and the final state calculated by the validator, both are not same. So here the miner says like 20 in account A and $0 in account B, whereas the validator executed $0 in account A and $20 in account B, which are different. So now validator will reject this block, stating that like no, miner is not correct. So this block is not correct. But we know the miner is correct, but this happened due to the different equivalent serial schedule execution by the miner. So here we are calling such error as a false block rejection error. So we should identify false block rejection error, and validators should not reject such blocks, right? So we are giving the solution of such error by appending, like here miner appends the block graph in the proposed block to avoid the false block rejection error. So feel free to interrupt me if anybody is having any questions. Now I'm going to cover the proposed methodology, which is like here we have proposed the multi-threaded miner and multi-threaded validator. So basically we have proposed the framework, which is developed like we developed an efficient framework for the concurrent execution of smart contract transactions by miner using the optimistic object-based software transactional memory system. So here like we are using the OSTM, like object-based STM as a black box to execute the transactions concurrently. So let's just give me a brief about what is STM. So STM stands for Software Transactional Memory System, which are a convenient programming paradigm for a programmer to access the shared memory using the multiple threads. So the STM leads to the developer, like the helping to the programmer to execute their program, sequential program to run concurrently. So here programmer need not to worry about any consistency issues, or programmer need not to know about like how the concurrent program can be done. So the programmer only needs to know like their sequential program and the APIs of the library developed by us. So in order to do that, like the programmer can run their sequential program to execute concurrently and efficiently. So here the traditional STM works on the read-write STMs, read-write primitives, like it's like read and write operations. It's working on read-write operations, which we are referring to the read-write STM. But in this work, we are using the object-based STM, which is higher level of the objects rather than primitive read-write operation, which act upon the memory location. And due to that, it's giving the better throughput or better results than the read-write STM as well. So we are concluding through the literature, like using the object-based STM provide greater concurrency than read-write STMs. So that's why we have used the black box as a object-based STM. And basically object-based STM works on the data structure like hash table, linked list, etc. So which act upon the higher level operations such as insert, delete, lookup and all. So using the STMs, it invokes the following 6 methods like STM begin, STM insert, delete, lookup, try commit and abort, in which like STM begins gives the unique identity to the each transaction, such as like transaction T1. T1 is a unique identity to the particular transaction. And insert, STM insert is something like how to insert the value in the particular key using the STM insert operation. Similarly, STM delete and STM lookup is to delete and the look up the value from the hash table. And STM try commit is acting as a optimistic operation over here, which is like all the operations like insert, delete, lookup will happen locally. And in the STM try commit, it will check like whether all the operation done by this transaction, whether it's correct or not. So it's a validation operation. So that's why it's giving the better throughput, or we are calling it as a optimistic operation. So if everything has been correct, like all the operations done by the particular transactions are correct, then STM will return the STM commit. Otherwise, it will return through the operation STM abort. So this is the high level design of the hash table OSTM based operations. So this is the same function, same transfer function that we have discussed, like transferring the amount from the sender to the receiver. Now this is the transfer function using the STM operations. So here, like as I said in the beginning, like each transaction will get the unique timestamp using the STM begin. So in this line number 8, it's getting the unique timestamp to the transactions. And similarly, for checking the balance, it's doing the STM lookup. And if the balance is not sufficient, then it will throw an exception. If it will the sender is having sufficient balance, then STM delete will perform the operation to deduct the amount from the sender, and STM insert will perform to credit the amount to the receiver. And later on, like STM try commit will happen. Like if all the operation will get succeeded, then it will return commit. If not, then it will again start from the line number 8 onwards. So this is the transfer function using the STM, software transactional memory systems. So here, as I said, to address the false block rejection error, the miner appends the block graph to the blockchain, right? So here, like miner maintains the block graph in the form of adjacency list, where the vertices corresponds to the only committed transactions, and as represents the block graph dependency of the conflicts given by the OSTMs. So edges are dependency, and the nodes of the block graph are each transactions. So here the conflicting operations are like STM lookup with try commit, delete with try commit, and so on. So one can assume like with the read write operation, only read read is not the conflicting operation, and rest of the read write, write read, and write write are the conflicting operations. So similarly here also in this manner only the conflicting operations are been identified. So here we have proposed the multi-threaded miner, which uses basically two functions, add vertex and add as method to the block graph. And later the validators re-execute the same SCTs concurrently and deterministically, relying on the block graph given by the miner, so that like a validator should not reject the valid blocks incorrectly. So that's why we are restricting validator to execute the transactions concurrently in the same manner the miner has executed. So two SCTs that do not have path can execute concurrently. So absolutely, if two transactions are not having any conflicts, then they can run concurrently in any manner. So here we have proposed like a validator, which we are calling it as a smart multi-threaded validator, which uses basically two functions like search global and decrement in count function from the block graph. So this is the data structure which we have used. Like here we have used the vertex or list of list, in which like vertex list is in vertical list and the edge list corresponds to the each vertex. So this is the block graph which consists of three transactions, T1, T2, and T3. So transaction T2 depends on transaction T1. So here we are maintaining in T2 in the edge list of transaction T1, and it's also having the reference to the vertex list of T2 so that it could be quickly accessed. So here for the data structure of the block graph, we have used list of list for the quicker access and the efficient access of the block graph. So OSTM have fewer conflicts than the read-write STM, which in turn allows validators to execute more SCTs concurrently and gives the better output in terms of the throughput. This also reduces the size of the block graph, leading to the smaller communication cost than the RWSTMs. So as we know, if the dependency would be less, then the block graph will have less number of edges, and it would have the better communication cost. So in the literature, or from the literature, we came to know like multi-version OSTM, like instead of maintaining the single version, just maintain the multi-version, and it gives the better throughput. So that's why like multi-version OSTM maintains the multiple version correspond to the each shared data item accessed by the transactions and provide greater concurrency related to the single version OSTM. So we have also implemented the multi-version OSTM, and multi-version based OSTM block graph has fewer edges as compared to the single version OSTM, and that further reduces the size of the block graph, leading to the smaller communication cost, which is quite good in our case, and which is our requirement. Like in the network already we have a lot of communication things, so when we are using the block graph, it should be lighter enough to communicate from one node to the another node. So that's why the block graph should be light enough, and that is being given by the MVOSTM. Now just discuss briefly about the experimental evaluation that we are getting. So for the sake of proving the results, like here we have used the Ethereum blockchain, and which wrote the smart contract in the Solidity language, and which runs on the ethereal virtual machine. But EVM does not support the multi-threading. So till now we have studied like how multi-threading can work with the blockchain, but Ethereum, unfortunately, Ethereum does not support the multi-threading. So that's why to do the experiments, we have converted these smart contracts from the Ethereum from Solidity language to the C++ language for the multi-threaded execution. And we considered basically 4 benchmark contract like coin contract, ballot contract, simple auction contract, and mixed contract also, which is like more realistic contract, which is the combination of all 3 contracts in the equal proportion, like coin, ballot, and simple auction contract, and we made it as a mixed contract and see the performance using the proposed algorithm. So coin contract, as we know, like it's a simple cryptocurrency contract. Ballot contract is an electronic voting contract, and like simple auction contract is an online auction contract. And the mixed contract, as I said, like it's an equal proportion from all these above 3 contracts. And to see the performance gain, we ran our experiment on Intel Xeon with the 56 hardware core threads, which was having the 32 GB RAM. And we considered 2 workloads basically. One is like workload 1 is varying the number of transactions from 50 to 300, and threads we have considered as a 50, and shared data item we assumed as a 500. And for the workload 2, we fixed the number of transaction as 100 and varies the threads from 10 to 60, and fixed the number of shared data item as a 500. So here picture 1, figure A and B of figure 10 is showing the minor execution on the workload W1 for the mixed contract and for workload W2 for the mixed contract. Here x-axis represents the number of transactions or smart contract transactions, and the y-axis represents the speed up over the serial miner. So here the baseline black one represents the serial execution speed up, whereas these are the state of the art execution, and the bold one is our proposed miner execution. So one can see that like our proposed one, like SVOSTM miner and MVOSTM miner, is performing far better than the serial one, and even the better than the state of the art STM. This is because of the concurrent execution of the smart contract. This result is coming. So, and as we are increasing the number of transactions, so it's increasing the contention on the shared data item. So as we are increasing the number of transactions, the speed up is also getting reduced. So this is the output for the figure A. And for figure B, like it shows the performance on the workload 2, in which like we are varying the number of threads on the x-axis, and this y-axis represents the same like speed up over the serial minor. So here also like a black line represents the baseline, and one can see like as the number of threads increases till 50, the speed up gets increases, but as the sudden increases 50 to 60 number of threads, the slight decrement in the results is showing. This is why so, because it's limited to the hardware threads. So we were, as I said, like we were having the hardware threads as a 56, so that's why the performance slightly degraded from 50 to 60. So this is the results for the minor. So here we can take away as like MVOSTM and SVOSTM minor performs the 3.91 times and 3.41 times better than the serial minor, and even better than the state of the art execution of the minors as well, with this much of 1.98, 1.5, and so on speed up. So this was with the minor speed up. Similarly, for the validator also, we have executed the transactions and see like how the validators are getting improved. So here lots of improvement has been shown, has been addressed by the proposed algorithm. Like we can see like it's minor validator is giving the 48 times better performance than the serial one. So why this is happening? Because it's been executed based on the block graph given by the minor. So that's why here the validator need not to do anything. It just needs to calculate the execution based on the block graph given by the minor. So that's why it's getting the huge performance gain as compared to the serial validator. And as we know through the before discussion, like what are the real world applications of the blockchains? So as we know, this work can also be helpful for the any real world application of the blockchain where we want to add the concurrency into that, like automating and securing this, securely storing the user records such as land sale, documents, vehicle record, insurance record. In all these areas, like we can apply this research. And even like I have proposed during the Huawei, I have proposed the blockchain based audit log. So that got the silver medal through the Huawei for this idea, and it got very much appreciated, like blockchain based audit log. And this idea could be very much helpful for the all supply chain management things where we can apply the concurrency when we are talking about the blockchain's execution. And this would also be helpful for the health record, decentralized execution system. All these are the real world applications of the blockchain where this research could make some improvement into the blockchain execution while executing the transactions concurrently. In order to conclude the talk, like in the entire talk we have discussed, like we developed an efficient framework for the concurrent execution of smart contract transactions by multi-threaded miner using two protocols, basically like single version object-based STMs and multi-version object-based STMs of the optimistic STMs. And to avoid the false block rejection error, the multi-threaded miner captures the dependencies among the SCTs in the form of block graph and address the false block rejection issue. And the proposed, in the conclusion through the results section, we can say like the proposed approach achieves a significant performance gain over the state-of-the-art SCTs execution framework as compared to the state-of-the-art one. So now just briefly discuss like what are the research opportunities that this research is giving. Like as we know, like miner can act as a malicious as well. So how can we handle the malicious miner? So me along with my research team has also proposed some of the idea to handle the malicious miner. So but like here this could be also a good research work. Like a malicious miner can intentionally append a block graph in the block which acts as is to the delay the other miners. But as we know, the delay in the blockchain can't be tolerated because all are fighting for the reward points. So this delay should not be get tolerated. So preventing such a malicious miner would be an immediate future work that could be. And how to handle the double spending problem if the miner is malicious, like how to identify the malicious miner, this can be a research opportunity. And here, as I said, like miner is appending the block graph. So block graph consumes some space, and consuming the space is not so good because it's already consuming space by all the nodes. So why to increase the space using the block graph? So if one can assume, one can come up with the solution of concurrent execution without the block graph, then it would be a great thing. So block graph consumes space. So constructing storage optimal block graph is an interesting challenge. Implementing our proposed algorithm, like here we have proposed it for the Ethereum blockchain. So implementing these algorithm for the other blockchains such as Bitcoin, Hyperledger, EOS.io, that could be an exciting exercise. And as I said, like EVM does not support the multi-threading. So another research direction could be how to design a multi-threaded EVM. So that could be a very interesting avenue. Thank you so much. That's it from my end.
Hey, Shweta, that was really insightful. Like the talk was too technical. I really liked the part how you conducted the talk. You started with basics, then you went into the technicalities of it. And then at the end, you concluded with the research opportunities and the real world applications. So it was very informative. And I hope it will be informative for the audience as well. Thank you for joining us today and like educating us about the concurrent execution of smart contracts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Yeah.
And I'll hand it over to Ritu to take the show forward.
Sure. All right. Thank you. It was, I mean, I have no words. The kind of lineup we have, the kind of discussions and knowledge sharing happening, which is just amazing. And I would now like to introduce all of you to Deepika. She's one of the, I would definitely say she's one of the most enthusiastic person on our team. She's always bubbling with ideas. And I, of course, know her. But for everybody, I'll just quickly do a quick intro of her. She is a co-chair at Hyperledger India chapter, and she works as a blockchain developer at the Walmart. Her fascination, as far as what I know of, is she started with a hackathon, especially on the simple supply chain use case. And after then, like many of us, she also, literally hooked to the technology. And she has also presented her work at Hyperledger Global Forum in Dublin last year, 2022. And her blogs on blockchain for starters have very well been received. And she actually gives the credit to her need to explain the technology in a way even a 5-year-old can understand. Thank you so much, Deepika, for taking out time. And I'm so looking forward to this fire chat. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ritu, for that lovely introduction. Heather, do we have you with us?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good too. It's lovely to see you here. I just want to take a moment, for everyone in the audience to introduce Heather. So Heather is the CEO of Indicio Tech, a software development firm specializing in decentralized identity products, networks, and hosting services. Priorly, Heather was the executive director of Sovereign Network, a nonprofit and early adopter of decentralized identity. She has an MBA from Johns Hopkins University, an MSc from Columbia, and is a widely recognized thought leader in online privacy and security issues, advising governments and global NGOs. Heather is also on the governing board at Hyperledger Foundation, and she served as a keynote speaker at the Hyperledger Global Forum, where I heard her speak for the very first time. So again, Heather, thank you so much for joining us. I said this to Sophia Lopez last time she was on the call, and I'm going to say it to you again now. I know it's pretty late in the evening for you, but you ladies looks really, really great. I look nothing like you guys, late in the night. But yeah, thanks again. Let's I just want to kickstart this session. For our audience, something really interesting about Heather is I found it fascinating. Actually, I was just going through Heather's LinkedIn profile, and I realized that her early formal education is very unexpected. She's the CEO of this decentralized identity management company, and most people today believe that they need to have some kind of degree in engineering or some coding background at least to get involved in the Web3 space, right? But yet Heather has degrees in journalism and political science. And that was fascinating to me. So Heather, tell us your story. How did you go from journalism to blockchain and starting your own company?
Right. And in fact, when I went into journalism, that was shocking to myself as well, because in college, I avoided the newspaper and anything to do with journalism. Where I actually spent quite a long career in broadcast journalism. And the majority of that time was spent covering Washington, D.C., or the European Union out of Brussels. And during that time, I was very much focused on how do concepts and ideas ultimately become legislation, and then how does legislation actually become law? And these are highly complex ecosystems. And there's also an interesting overlay that's also in Web3, and it's this idea of where does control and power reside within these ecosystems and the architecture of our society. And so when you look at political science, and then you look into journalism, journalism is really about the storytelling and the explanation of these complex architectures in which humans live and conduct our lives on many different levels. And in journalism, I gravitated towards broadcast journalism because I really enjoy working with a team. And I found when I was writing for newspaper that to me that was very isolating. Although you work with editors, you really are on your own. But in broadcast journalism, you're working with producers and you're working with directors and cameras and audio. And there are so many parts and pieces, control rooms, deadlines. There's just constant movement. And, most of my career, I had 7 deadlines a day. And so I was constantly writing under pressure, but I was also in broadcasting at a time when technology was transforming. And we can all face it, at least in the US newsrooms, we didn't handle the digital transformation very well. And I was sitting in newsrooms and we were worried about this thing that we quite didn't understand, and that was Twitter. And I also was working in newsrooms where the top leadership said, oh, those websites, that's just marketing. That has nothing to do with us as journalists. And I really felt that there was something more there. Okay. And as my leadership continued to evolve, I knew that I needed to learn more about technology and how it was impacting my industry. And when you talk about this concept of how do you find where you want to go and what you want to do, sometimes you don't know exactly what it is, you just have a feeling. And by talking with others, you're able to figure it out. And how I got into technology and made that transition was I was in a museum talking with a volunteer tour guide about this interest. And she said, well, my husband works for this technology company. Let me get your email and have you contact him. And that's how I moved into this. I contacted him. I interviewed for a job doing research on threat intelligence solutions at the time. And they needed someone who could go in, do research and explain things. And that is how I made the transition to technology. It's actually how I started working on decentralized identity 13 years ago in some of the earliest projects that you now know in Hyperledger. And it was all because I was constantly communicating, talking, and sharing where I was going. And so next thing I knew, I was in a technology company. I loved it. I took to it. I should also say both of my parents were in technology themselves, so it was very familiar to me. And I just moved in and started training myself. You're always learning. And I always say, Every day you have the right to get smarter. And that's what I did by moving into technology.
That's very, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? But one thing I found quite ironic was you moved into technology, which is so modern, through a museum contact. So that's like a pretty ironic incident. Cool. So, I mean, one thing you spoke about right now was the willingness to learn, right? And earlier we had a panel discussion about regulatory compliance policies and so on in the world of Web3. So how is it that, you know, I mean, we know that regulations in this space is still kind of a gray area. It's still evolving. There aren't any hard and fast rules in place. So how does one stay abreast of these policies in the context of, say, verifiable credentials?
Right. I think that's where having the background in journalism has been so good for me, because when you're a journalist, you often work shifts, and you're always expected to start your shift actually an hour early. And so when I'm a reporter for a day and I'm assigned to work, you know, the day shift, I always have to come in an hour early to read. And so that's just ingrained in me. I start my workday an hour early, and all I do is read. I read news sites, I read emails, I read newsletters, I read the mainstream coverage, I read international papers, I read particular technology sites. I just read. And one of those areas I focus on is I'm constantly reading about how a regulation's changing around the world. And there are certain areas I'm really watching, but what that does is every day it gives me a grounding in where policy is and where it's going. And the second part about being a reporter that's become really important to this technology is you're constantly working your sources. And as a journalist, working your sources means you're having conversations that may not deal directly with the story you're working on today, but you're constantly learning about what your future story is going to be. And so I'm also talking not only in my daily conversations with customers or hopefully future customers, I'm also reaching out and just talking to folks who are in this world, who are experts, who are either watching the regulators, are regulators, or if I'm at conferences or events, I'm catching up and introducing myself and meeting regulators. So I'm constantly out talking and putting my feelers out. And that has helped me get a sense of where things are going, what I need to watch, what applies not only to my business, but to the technology. But then I can also share areas that we are learning back to the regulators. The projects I'm working on right now, the most significant ones, we are constantly talking with government authorities as an FYI, hey, we just did this, we want to share with you our learnings. And because Web3 is such a new space, they are interested in learning, especially if you're out there deploying, especially if you can show them and demonstrate. They're going to learn and ask questions, and I think that's going to help inform future regulations.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one point that you brought about on the lines of what you just mentioned was also something I read in your white paper, which largely talks about interoperability. But I think there were 7 aspects of interop that were mentioned there. And one of the points in that was compatible governance or trust with digital credentials, right? So could you talk a little bit more about that?
What we know, just you look at the entire world, and there's not one governance structure that fits this entire world. Each region, each country has its own governance structure that's unique. And when you go back to my story, and I start as a political science major, that's been so informative to what I do now, as far as how do you bring together the human political traditional governance in which we run our societies and have for thousands of years, along with the technical governance, and how can technical governance mirror that? And one of the areas that we look at is there's not going to be one technical governance, because it is a mirror of our society. And in our society, we know there's not one style of governance. And so we're constantly looking at how do we create compatibility. One of the areas in Indicio that we've worked on, and this is also a project in the Decentralized Identity Foundation, is called DGov, or Decentralized governance is how do you allow individuals, entities, organizations, and ultimately local, regional, and federal governments to make their own decisions in real time. And we do that through what we call a machine readable governance file that is built into these systems of the verifying agents when they make the decisions on what to do with the data that is being digested. And so what we're looking at is how can we build the technology to help support and mirror what's going on now, but also create the ability to change and evolve as society evolves. And I think just as much as we've spent time, we don't think about regional organizations like the UN or the OECD or the EU or any of these global organizations that deal with, I'll call it human policy. We oftentimes don't think of that as that's interoperability at a human trust level. And so we as technologists have to create that interoperability of trust in the technology as well.
Right. One thing that you mentioned was machine readable governance. Could you elaborate a little bit more about that?
Machine readable governance allows a human who represents themselves or an organization to establish criteria in order to make decisions about the data that they are either going to receive, whether to accept, in the case of the work that I do, whether to accept a verifiable credential from a holder, and then what information they need from that, and then the criteria of yes, no. Does this information provide the data necessary in order to make an affirmative or negative decision? And it's coded machine readable governance file, if then this, if then this, and that's kind of the way the machine readable governance is, but it sits at every single verifier agent. When we were working on this technology, it was in the earliest days of COVID. And we can all remember the science was changing. I think it felt like by the minute. It was pretty close to that. And so you had governments who needed to make the decisions around whether to accept COVID test information by the hour, by the minute, and they needed to change that criteria on the fly. They couldn't rely on a third party's SDK that maybe they could put in a ticket and get it to change. They couldn't rely on a centralized group because they needed to have direct authority as the government to make immediate changes. And so that's really where this concept of machine readable governance files came from, was allowed the governments that we were working with to make the decisions immediately.
Got it. Okay, that does make a lot of sense. I mean, when you gave the example of COVID, right? We need things on the fly, so it's not something you can do manually, just needs to happen, right? So I think at Indicio, you worked on several use cases like COVID, and I think one of the use cases that I, as a traveler myself, want to know more about is verifiable credentials in reference to traveling. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Right. SITA, S-I-T-A, they're a global technology provider. 90% of the world's air travel goes through SITA technology. They were formed after World War II to connect governments and airports and airlines together because someone had the idea that wouldn't it be great if we knew when a plane was arriving? And that is why SITA was formed between all the airlines. We started at Indicio working with SITA in the earliest days of the pandemic, and that was March of 2020. And they realized that all of a sudden they were in a situation where they needed to have access to health data for travel in a way that they've never had before. And they also felt this concept of decentralized identity may be able to provide that without having to directly integrate into all kinds of healthcare providers. And so the first start, like we first started when I said, was to how do you handle health records in a decentralized way with HIPAA or healthcare compliance in order to facilitate travel and border crossing? And what we were able to do with SITA and the government of Aruba And the New York Health Information Exchange was work with the Bronx Rio, and they were able to issue traveler their medical record. In this case, it was proof of vaccination or COVID test, and provide that directly to the traveler. The traveler requested that record from the Health Information Exchange, and then the traveler received that as the form of a verifiable credential, and the traveler connected to the government of Aruba directly and shared their medical record directly using a selected disclosure, because the government didn't need to know everything on that medical record. They really only cared about your COVID results. And the government was able, using machine readable governance, to make that decision whether you met their criteria at the time. Was it the right test? Was it within the right number of hours of the result? We remember all of that. And while that was really important for that period of time, we always had a larger vision. Can we facilitate seamless travel in the sense of, can you clear a border before you even leave your house to get on the plane? And that is what we deployed and implemented and proved just last March, just a few weeks ago. And in this case, I was one of the travelers that went through this implementation, and this trial was from my kitchen. I took out my passport and I used my Aruba Happy One Pass app. In order to go to Aruba, you have to fill out an online ED card. There's no way around it. If you're a non-resident, that's what you get to do. Mm-hmm. And it's a website or an app. And so I used the app, and it requested that I took a photo of the page of my passport. And what that is doing is picking up the MRZ code, which are all the numbers at the very bottom of that page. Mm-hmm. It then asked me to place my phone on my passport. And with that MRZ code in the phone, it unlocked the chip in my passport, and my phone ingested all of the data in my chip. It then asked with my consent to verify that with the ICAO, which is a global governing body that sets up the determination of what a passport is, to authenticate that that was a legitimate passport. I consented to that, and it confirmed I had a valid, legitimate US passport. And at that point of confirmation, it formed a verifiable credential. And that was really, for all intents and purposes, my passport sitting in my phone. It wasn't in a third party. It wasn't like an Indicio siloed database. It wasn't in another party. It was in my phone. And then I was asked if I was willing to share that with the government of Aruba, and absolutely I was. I passed that entire DTC to the government of Aruba, along with some additional information. When was I arriving, my airline. The government ingested that into their existing data, into their existing Radix immigration system, and came, using machine readable governance, came to the determination I met the criteria. And they passed back a trusted traveler credential, which was my receipt of border crossing. I did all of this in my kitchen. And I had at that point the proof of border crossing. So when I checked in, it removes the liability from the airline because they know I'm going to cross the border. When I landed in Aruba, I didn't even have to take the passport out of my purse because it was all connected with the biometrics to the e-gates, and I was able to exit immediately. I mean, if you had told me even 3 years ago, I guess even a year ago, let alone 5 or 10 years ago, when I went down this journey, that one day I would legally cross the border using blockchain and a verifiable credential, to me, that was always like, oh, that's like 10, 15, 20 years from now that I'll be able to do that. And I did it in March, and I have photographs because it was just such a moment for me personally of all these years of work. And we did it. It wasn't just me or other travelers from Canada, the Netherlands, and the US. And so I think that's a great example of when you work with teams and partners. And the last 3 years to get to that point, we often described it as we were crossing the finish line over shards of glass. This was probably one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do in my career the past 3 years to get to that moment. But we did it, and we proved it out, and we met the compliance, we met the regulations, we met the government's expectations, we met the requirements of DTC type 1, which was the technicality. We used an Anon cred, we used DIDCOM, we used Hyperledger Aries, Indy, Hyperledger Anon creds, and it all came together, deployed and worked. And that's only the beginning, because this work continues on, more coming from the government of Aruba, but also more coming from other governments and airports as well.
That's a lovely story. I mean, I think one of the questions that I had planned to ask you was really how useful is verifiable credentials on blockchain making our lives? And I think this use case that you just told us about really shows us how simple life can be going forward if we choose to, if governments come together and iron out all the regulations and the policies and the compliance and all of that, and just start seeing the technology for the immense amount of potential it has in terms of simplifying our lives. So that's a really cool story, and congrats again. I mean, fruits of hard work are always very sweet. So yeah, congrats on that. Are there any other, really, we're nearing time. So are there any other interesting use cases that Indicio has worked on that you want to share with us? Something that's made a real world impact similar to the previous 2 case studies that you spoke about?
Right. One of the other areas is around financial services and bank account and KYC. And while I guess in one way this helps in the sense of it helps eliminate all the questions you get when you do call into a bank call center or eliminate fraud, is creating a verifiable credential around your account information that you can share within the same financial institution without having to redo the same processes, but also be able to share proof of your bank account or your status within your bank account to other partners like insurance companies or those providing what we'll call elite benefits like special access to events and concerts, and being able to do all of that without being tracked and without all those parties having to call home to a centralized authority. So we're seeing more progress in the financial services industry, trying to validate that you are one of their customers in a privacy preserving way so you can access all those benefits. And what I love about that is if I have a bank and I want to receive all the extra benefits, I don't want them to track what concert I went to on this week and what I did there. And so when I'm really happy to see these institutions seeing, one, they can bring on more partners, but they can protect the privacy of their customers as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a pretty good use case too. Is there, I mean, last question for this fireside chat, is there anything that you would like to leave our audience with, your 2 cents of wisdom? It doesn't have to be necessarily with verifiable credentials of blockchain. Anything else that you've gathered over your 13 years of experience in just blockchain, plus prior to that as well? Anything you want to share would be good.
Just keep building and build and build and build, because you can always get your head caught up in, well, the regulation doesn't say that, or the governance doesn't say that, or we haven't figured this out. Just focus on what is the next step that you can take, one step at the time. And when it gets really hard, what is the tiniest baby step you can take at that moment? Because we're never going to have a perfect scenario in which to build and feel 100% confident that what we're building is actually going to work. We make that confidence with every step that we take. So my advice and why we started Indicio is build, 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 because when you build and you show success, the regulation and the compliance and everything else that we worry about starts falling in line. And I think that's just really important, or else even in my own work, I can get in my head and then I come to a point where I just don't move forward. Just keep going every day, get up and do it again and again.
Yeah, that's pretty inspiring. And I think one more takeaway that I had from listening to you today in our short discussion was surround yourself with good people and a good team, and don't be afraid to reach out and just put feelers out, as you just mentioned, right? So many people tend to hold themselves back. If they have a great idea, they tend to keep it to themselves, or they wonder if it's not good enough. I think discussion is important from what I gathered from basis of what you said.
Absolutely. It's really, I am someone exactly like that. I would like to keep all my feelings to myself. I don't like to share weakness or when I don't know anything. It is really hard to be completely exposed all the time. And I have to force myself to say, I need to expose this weakness. I need to show where I'm struggling. I need to ask for help. It's really hard, but it is so necessary in order to keep building. And what you learn are the relationships of those people who come in and help support, and you have that open, honest communication, can become the most important people in your life for the next 20 years. And you start building those teams of success, and it's because you're all very honest with each other.
Definitely, Heather. One last thing is, since you are the guru of verifiable credentials and digital identity, if you could leave some resources, links to resources on the Zoom chat, I'm sure a lot of the participants and me and the other panelists here might find that useful as well. So when this chat is done, please feel free to share your resources with us. And again, thank you so much for all your insights today. I know it was a short discussion, not enough time to get all the knowledge that you have to the audience. But again, thanks a lot for joining and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much for having me today. It was a real honor. I'm really glad I was able to join everyone here. So always good to be with such a great group of bright, smart, ambitious women. So thank you for having me today.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Heather. Thanks for inspiring. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Ritu, over to you. Ritu, do we have you with us?
Yeah, Nidhi will take it up.
Oh, okay. Sure. My bad. Nidhi, over to you.
No worries.
So moving on to the second technical presentation for the day. So all of you might have heard about the blockchain trilemma. So basically, to set some context, it means that any of the blockchain networks that are there, they can support decentralization, security, or scalability. And if you want to optimize all three simultaneously, then it can't be done. Either one of them needs to go down. And today's talk is very much relevant to the security and the scalability aspect. So, and it's related to blockchain proof of work. So proof of work is a sort of consensus algorithm where the miners need to do some work, and in return, they get a reward. So proof of work is which was very much being used in the Ethereum blockchain space. So today we have Ovia with us, who would be presenting a talk on securely improving performance in proof of work blockchains using anchors. And let me give you a brief about Ovia. So Ovia is an experienced researcher with over 8 years of expertise in the blockchain field, and she is currently working at CoinDCX, and she is also holding a PhD in computer science and engineering from IIT Delhi. Her research is primarily on the topic that she will present today, and she is actively involved in the community as the leader of the Phoenix Guild Chennai chapter, which is a community that aims to empower women and non-binary individuals in Tamil Nadu in the Web3 space. And she also enjoys participating in discussions on the future of technology, particularly in the Web3 domain. And she likes to devote her free time to delivering technical talks and workshops and sharing her knowledge and passion with others like she will do today. So Ovia, I'll hand over to you for the talk.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Nidhi. Let me just share my screen. Yeah, I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's visible.
Awesome. Okay. Right. You can see my slides, right?
Yes, it's visible. You can go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Hyperledger organization team for inviting me and giving me a chance to talk about my research. I'm happy to share one of my earlier research works today on scaling proof of work chains. I have to mention my supervisor, Dr. Vinay Ribeiro from IIT Bombay, and one of my colleagues, Shadab Zafar, without whom this work would not have been possible. So without further ado, let's get started. Right. Okay, so during this talk, I want to cover a couple of things. We'll start with the basics of permissionless proof of work chains and talk about why they're still worth a discussion today. I'll define some issues around them and set some goals that one of our solutions achieves. And I'll briefly talk about that solution as well. So I'm sure everyone in this session would already know what a blockchain is, but I find it a good place to start today so that we're all on the same page. A blockchain is a popular data structure. It stores data in the form of blocks that is cryptographically linked to the previous block, forming a chain. The first block in the chain is special because it doesn't have a parent. It's called the Genesis block. The data that is stored in each of these blocks is immutable and transparent. That is, everyone can see it, so it can also be audited easily. It is decentralized and distributed. Like I'm talking about permissionless blockchains. And blocks on which there is consensus is basically maintained locally by every node that participates in the network. So POW blockchains were the first kind of blockchains that were created. POW is an acronym for proof of work. Proof of work enables trustless consensus in the network. So this kind of blockchain is realized in the form of a P2P network of miners who transact and broadcast their transactions. So you have transactions being regularly broadcast in the networks. There are special nodes called miners who form the P2P network. These miners will record the transactions, and periodically they form something called a block, which has these transactions, and they solve a puzzle on this block. So we call that a proof of work puzzle. Once they find a valid solution to this proof of work puzzle, I'll explain what that puzzle could be in the next slide. But once they find a solution, they attach the solution and broadcast that block to the rest of the network. Other miners who were not successful in finding a solution would receive these valid solutions, verify them, check whether the proof of work puzzle is actually correct. They'll verify the transactions inside the block, and they will add them locally to their blockchain. So they maintain a tree of blocks, and they will see which is the heaviest branch or the branch with the most number of blocks, and they will continue extending that chain. So that is how proof of work blockchain works in a nutshell. What is this proof of work? So proof of work is a puzzle that kind of brings consensus into the network. It's like a leadership election protocol where everybody, so consensus can be of two types. All the people in the network regularly talk to each other in an iterative fashion to come to agree on something, to agree on some kind of data, or they collectively elect one person to propose what the data should be. So proof of work is the later part, which is the election protocol. So these puzzles are computationally very difficult to solve, but they are easy to verify. So the solutions cannot be pre-computed because the hash of the header of the parent block is used to create the solution of the next block on the blockchain. So if you look at the target diagram over here, the orange space represents a set of valid solutions that the proof of work could be, and the blue sector, set of solutions that the proof of work could be, the blue sector represents a set of valid solutions. So out of all the possible solutions, we're looking for one of the solution here for the next block to be on the blockchain, to elect the leader, basically. So the person who finds that solution will become the leader. So in hash-based proof of work blockchains, this proof of work puzzle is generally of this format. Essentially, the puzzle is of the format of the block header with a link to the parent, forms something called the challenge. And the proof is just a nonce value like 1, 2, 3. It just, with the challenge, they attach a proof and they hash it. And the hash string is checked for the validity of the puzzle. So in hash-based proof of work chains, let's say the first 40 bits, if it is 0, then it is considered as the valid solution. So this is the SHA-256 set of all valid solution. All the solutions that have the first 40 bits as 0 represents the blue sector. So this process makes block generation a very random process because the nonce is found only by brute force. We'll see why that is a problem later on. Before we go ahead, just a quick explanation on how a block structure is in proof of work chains. You have a block is basically has two parts to it, a header and a body. The header contains some metadata, such as the hashed header of the previous block on the blockchain, which is called the parent pointer. The timestamp is when the block was created. The nonce is what I just explained in the previous slide. It's the solution to the proof of work. And the Merkle root is basically the link to the header and the body. So every transaction in the body is hashed and it's put on the header called the Merkle root. There is a special transaction in the body called the Coinbase. The Coinbase is basically to reward the person who created the block. So the person who created the block, their address would be stored in the Coinbase, and they would basically reward themselves a certain number of, let's say, Bitcoins. And if the block is valid and the network accepts their block, that much money is just generated out of thin air and rewarded to the address. Right. So now we'll look at some of the issues faced by proof of work blockchains and set our goals. But before we do that, I want to set some context on why we're still talking about proof of work blockchains. You know, when like major protocols like Ethereum have moved to other alternative consensus mechanisms to elect the leader called proof of stake, or there are many more. But one of the major reasons is that proof of work blockchains have proven to be highly secure due to their immense computational power required to attack the network, right? So they're very resilient 51% attack, where the attacker has to gain control of more than 51% of the network mining power to actually defeat the consensus here. Another good reason is that proof of work blockchains have a long-standing history of decentralization and distributed power among a large number of miners. So this competitive nature of mining and the distribution of rewards encourages a diverse set of participants to contribute their computational resources, preventing any kind of centralization. Right, and this decentralized nature aligns with the principle of the blockchain technology. Proof of work blockchains, especially Bitcoin, have achieved achieved significant network effect and widespread adoptions. They've established themselves as one of the most recognized and trusted blockchains in the industry, and they also have billions of dollars in TVL, which is total value locked, in their ecosystem. Right, not to mention the vibrant ecosystem and the ongoing innovation and development that is happening right now in these blockchains. We've all heard of the BRC20, which is the standard for creating fungible tokens on Bitcoin. We knew that there was no kind of programming, there's no smart contract development possible on Bitcoin, but still they've devised some possibilities where we can have non-fungible and fungible token standards on Bitcoin. So this community support, active participation, innovation, and resilience, durability are some of the reasons why we should still focus on improving proof of work blockchains. So let's talk about some of the issues now. So one of the major issues in proof of work chains is the concept of forks. Forks are an undesirable state of the system where there are two or more chains that are at the same length or weight, and miners cannot come to a consensus on a single common chain. So this becomes a window of opportunity for the adversary to execute attacks. So let's just see the formation of a fork here. So let's say we have a P2P network of miners as shown in the diagram here. It's a very small network, but let's go with it. So let's say miner Alice here she is maintaining her own view of the blockchain, and she has created a valid proof of work puzzle for the blue block here. So she's all excited and she is sending the proof of work puzzle proof of work to the rest of the chain. But before Alice's solution could reach Bharat, Bharat has also found a valid solution, and he is also broadcasting his red block to the rest of the network. So what happens here is that people are receiving two blocks that are forked from the same block, and both of them are valid, right? So the branches created by the new blocks have the same weight, and the other miners are left in an ambiguous state regarding which chain to extend. So blocks that store, so this can happen because blocks store transactions and are very large in size, and they also have a very high propagation time. So in an honest network, so there is no adversary at play here. Even in an honest network, due to block delay, forks can happen, and this is called a natural fork, right? So again, what has happened is the network is divided, and people who saw Bharat's block chose Bharat's block first, and people who saw Alice's block choose Alice's block to mine on, but there are still two valid branches in the blockchain. So what is the problem here? A chain is said to be stable when all its miners are in consensus and united in extending a chain with a common prefix. So stability of a blockchain system is its ability to quickly return to a stable state after a fork. So it is important that any blockchain has steady growth, that is, the chain should keep growing to maintain this good stability, because good stability translates to better security. A rule of thumb that we follow is honest miners choose the block at the tip of the heaviest chain known to them. And if there are more than one chain that are at the heaviest weight, they choose the miner that they choose the block that they saw first to eventually mine on, until one of the chains become heavier and all the miners shift to that chain. So let's say Chandru, who was mining on Alice's block, mined a purple block, a valid purple block. So now we can see that Alice's chain has grown a little bit heavier than Bharat's chain. So all the miners, including Bharat, will shift to that chain, and Bharat's block would be orphaned. So we need blockchains to resolve forks faster, because that will give better chain stability. We saw how natural forks are created, but an adversary can take advantage of this. He can intentionally create a fork and attack the blockchain. So one such attack is called the double spend attack. So here we set an appropriate number of confirmation time to protect the users against the double spend attack. So we'll see what double spend and confirmation time is. So confirmation time is a time for a transaction to be accepted by a seller for him to release his goods or services. So let's say I'm going to a coffee shop and I want to pay in Bitcoin. I pay the I pay my waiter in Bitcoin, and the waiter has to wait for this transaction to be confirmed on the blockchain before giving me my cup of coffee. So it's the waiting time in terms of number of blocks that is recommended for the seller to ensure that the transaction is actually committed on the blockchain. So when we have block intervals large, we need larger block intervals, because if we have smaller block intervals, natural forks are more frequent. So when the block intervals are large, this confirmation time grows, and the system cannot be used for fast payment. So it's ridiculous for me to wait like 1 hour to get a cup of coffee, right? So, but in a double spend attack, this is what happens. So let's say that the block confirmation time is six blocks. So a transaction is happening here. It enters a block at block B1, and at block B6, it is finally accepted, and I can receive whatever it is that I paid for. So what the attacker does is, attacker is the one who's spending the Bitcoins over here, and he forks the chain before the transaction enters a block, and secretly mines his own chain. So when this transaction is accepted at block B6, and if the attacker's chain is longer at this point, he releases it and orphans the block containing this transaction, so that all the miners will switch to his chain, and this transaction becomes orphaned, and he's free to, he would have already received the goods or services at this point, so he can just double spend the coins that he spent on this transaction. So we want, as this number grows, right, we are accepting the block transaction at block B6. If we accept it at a block Bn, which is much greater than 6, the chances of this double spend attack reduces drastically, right? But so in one hand, we want higher confirmation time set that such that the double spend success is less, but also we want faster payments, so we don't want to wait for higher confirmation times. So Satoshi, in his initial Bitcoin paper, said that if the adversary is at maximum 10%, we can, and if we wait for a confirmation time of 6 blocks, we can guarantee that the double spend attack will not happen with a probability of 0.99. So this is the threshold that we are aiming for. So double spend attack is one form of a selfish mining attack. There are many kinds of attacks that follow the same principle. Basically, the adversary wants to create a private chain in order to get more rewards in some form or the other. So whether it can be double spending some transactions, or it can be like earning more block rewards or transaction fees. So let's see how they do this in the double spend attack. So in the selfish mining attack, the adversary, so the green honest chain is represented by green, and the red is the secret adversary chain. So the adversary at any point of time just starts mining a secret chain, and he waits for the honest chain to grow, and it's just about to catch up, he releases his private chain. So all the miners will shift to his private chain and start mining on this. And again, he can keep doing this till, and keep gaining unfair rewards. Ideally, we want his rewards. If you own 10% of the network power, then you should only be able to get 10% of the rewards. But in this way, he's his fair share. So we should also try to avoid such attacks. The most important metric to avoid these attacks is constant and steady chain growth. The honest chain should continuously grow at a faster rate so that the adversary cannot catch up with his mining power. So let's just summarize the issues with proof of work chains. So although the target space controls the mean rate of solving proof of work puzzles, in reality, proof of work puzzles are found randomly. So the blocks are appended to the chain in random wide intervals. Also, blocks hold transactions and they're large in size, therefore they have large propagation delays. So this random arrival combined with a large delay results in some undesirable effects on the system. Like we just saw, the chain does not grow in a uniform manner. There is sudden increase in weight interspersed by long periods of time when the block remains at the same weight, because the block arrival time is also quite large. And because of all this, you cannot resolve forks fast. There's low chain stability and very high confirmation time. So what has happened to tackle this problem in earlier work? So there is always a trade-off between performance and security. So when performance is chosen, that is, we want to be able to make fast payments. We want to be able to confirm blocks quickly. Forks are a frequent phenomenon when this approach is taken. So so when you have frequent blocks, you're choosing small block intervals, so you have more frequent forks. And at every fork, when the fork is resolved, at least one branch is orphaned. And this should not be the case, because for every orphaned block, you're wasting the proof of work power that was invested in it, then securing the system, right? So we don't want frequent forks. If, on the other hand, if we choose security, we choose a system with larger block intervals. So that means high confirmation times. It makes it less practical. It leads to high fork resolution times and even lower transaction throughput, because the number of blocks in unit time is less and the transaction per block is fixed. Going out of this scale, if we choose other works that have tried to solve this confirmation time problem, they've gone for a completely new blockchain structure. So they have DAG-based blockchains where each block may have more than one parent, or hierarchies of blockchains, or even multiple parallel blockchains. These solutions kind of lose the simple linear organization of blocks and cannot be an incremental solution to existing widely used blockchains like Bitcoin that have so much TVL locked in them. So how do we scale? How do we bring the best of security and performance? When we talk about scaling, right, there are two ways of scaling any blockchain. One is improving the transaction throughput. That is, you have you can add more transactions in unit time to the blockchain. And the second way of going about it is improving the confirmation time. reducing the confirmation time of a single transaction, or confirming more transactions in unit time. So these are the two ways in which we can scale a blockchain. And in this work, we focus on the second way, that is improving the confirmation time. While keeping the transaction throughput and security, constant and without compromising on the security aspect. So what do we mean by that? So let's set some goals. We want to reduce the confirmation time at a fixed transaction throughput. We want to reduce the number of natural forks formed, and at each fork, we want to reduce the weight orphaned. We want to also, in case of natural or adversary forks, we want to resolve them as quickly as possible to improve chain stability. And we want to achieve all of this without with minor modifications to the existing architecture, so that it benefits existing proof of work blockchains and even new proof of work blockchains which may come in the future. So intuitively, we can see that the first and the third goal, right, in reducing confirmation time and quickly resolving changed forks to improve chain stability, this can be done if the honest chain grows at a fast, steady and fast rate. And the second goal of reducing the number of forks can be improved if the propagation delays are improved and the weight orphaned at each fork is lower. So one of our solutions is called anchors, and we'll see how they work. So I want to introduce anchors here. Anchors are basically structures that are fast, small, and frequent compared to blocks. They're essentially just block headers that are mined with less proof of work than blocks. So what do I mean by that? So again, let's come back to our target diagram. We have the set of all possible solutions here in this pie chart. The green sector represents all the valid solutions for blocks. That is, like I mentioned, like first 40 bits as 0 or something like that. The blue sector represents the set of valid block solutions. That is the set of first 40 bits as zeros. The green sector represents a set of anchor solutions, which are much easier to find than blocks. So we can say that only the first 20 or first 10 should be zeros, or they shouldn't overlap. So let's say the last 10 should be zeros. So they are non-overlapping set of solutions that are formed with the same proof of work puzzle, but anchor solutions are much easier to find. So they are more frequent than blocks. So how they attach themselves to the blockchains are also fairly simple. So this is a blockchain without anchors, and the second represents a blockchain with anchors. Anchors are small structures, as I just described, and they attach themselves to each block on the blockchain. And they're mined on top of an existing block. Since the anchors cannot be mined on themselves, they cannot be forked. Their structure is very similar to the block structure. They have a header and a body. The header is pretty much same as what a block is, but the body is void of any transactions except the coin-based transaction, which is used to identify the creator of the anchor. But apart from that, there are no transactions, which make them significantly small in size. So in Bitcoin, without the transactions, which is the bulk of the block, the anchor size would just be 264 bytes with the Coinbase transaction. So since they're so small in size, they're very fast to propagate across the network. So let's see how anchors can help us achieve these goals, because they're faster, smaller, and more frequent. They're reusable solution, and they cost no overheads, and they cannot create forks. So how are anchors generated and used with the system? Let's take the example of miner Alice again. Miner Alice has a local view of the blockchain here, and she is mining on the heaviest block known to her. We notice that there are already some anchors on each of these blocks. She's created a valid solution here, and she wants to know if this solution is a valid solution. She's created a block by collating all the transactions. She wants to know if this is a valid solution. So she's created the block like this, and she's added the nonce value X here. She checks whether, she hashes this nonce header and checks whether it complies with the block target. If it does not, before moving on to the next nonce, she checks the same nonce value for the anchor target. And if it is a valid solution for the anchor target, she can immediately publish, add this block, this structure as an anchor and broadcast it to the others in the network. Note that when she's broadcasting, she will remove all the transactions here, and the header will remain the same because that is what she has hashed to find the target. So she cannot change the values in the header. So the proof of work difficulty would be for that of a block that she was trying to mine, and the Merkle root would represent the hash with all the transactions in the body. So in order for the receiver to verify that this header is indeed valid for this solution, she has to send the set of hashes also that will allow the receiver to verify this header. I'll explain that process in the next slide. So what has happened now is Alice can recalculate the weight of the blockchain. So she has a set of blocks. Each block has a set of anchors. So the weight of the blockchain would just be the weight, sum of the weight of all the blocks and sum of the weight of all the anchors in each block. So the weight of an anchor is basically alpha, which is basically the inverse of the frequency in which we have anchors and blocks arrive. Let's say for every block on average, we set this puzzle that such that anchors are 10 times easier to mine than blocks, then its weight would be 10 times less of that of a block. So now Bharat has received Alice's entity and he doesn't know whether it is a valid solution or whether it is a block or an anchor. So he would follow a similar procedure to find out whether it is a valid solution. He can see the header and he will check if the nonce value X complies with the block target. If not, he would check the same nonce value if it complies with an anchor target. And apart from this, he also has to check whether this Coinbase belongs to this header. So we have also received the transaction hash, which is all the siblings of the Merkle tree that is there in the body. So he would basically just combine the Coinbase and the transaction hash and hash it and check whether that value is the same as the Merkle root in the header. And if it is a valid anchor. So now, in addition, if the addition of the new anchor creates a new heaviest chain in the tree of blocks that Bharat has, Bharat would simply move to mining on top of the parent of the anchor, which is the tip of the heaviest chain. Okay, so I just briefly covered what anchors are. So let's see how anchors actually achieve the goals that we set earlier. So to do that, we built a reference implementation of Bitcoin on a 210 node setup to benchmark the performance of Bitcoin with anchors to Bitcoin without anchors. I'll briefly explain this network setup. So we have about 36 virtual machines on our cloud, and one machine is just for setup, calculations, logs, and all of that. The other 35 VMs have 6 Bitcoin daemons running in each VM. So our experiments, so we don't want to do proof of work because that is energy consuming and it's useless for experimentations. So we have a script on each VM that will periodically generate at the set interval the required number of transactions to have a healthy network flow, and a script to generate blocks and anchors also at the set interval. Every VM, the path between every VM has a delay that is set to mimic some real world entities. So how we do that is we took global ping statistics, and for each VM we allotted a city to it all over across the globe. So just a set of 20 is shown here, but just for example. So let's say that so let each VM represents a city in the world, and the network is created randomly by assigning every node to 4 other nodes across VMs as its neighbors. So this is how the internet functions. And we set the delays manually between each VM. So let's say the delay between Sydney and London is set as 281.41 milliseconds. So anchors being fixed small structures should have low broadcast latency. So here's some maths to see why that is. Consider this delay model. Let's say let's take two nodes, let's call them I and J. The bandwidth between these nodes, let's call it Cij, and the speed of light delay between the nodes, let's call it Dij. So the total time required to transfer a message from a node I to a node J will be this expression shown here. So in this model, the first bit of the message will take Dij time to travel across the network, right? And the remaining chunk of the message will take the fraction m by Cij to for it to reach the peer J, and then peer J will validate it with Km. So we'll assume that the verification time, the validation time is proportional to the size of message. So we've just put some proportionality constant here, and M is the size of the message. So if you see, the total time is taken is directly proportional to the size of the message M, right? So now the total time to broadcast will be the sum of such delays on a peer level path from the origin to the destination till the last peer receives that message. So due to the small size of anchors, anchors will mainly consist of the speed of light delays, and it will be much lower than what it is for blocks. So we also experimentally verify this, and to see if size really matters, we check the propagation times of blocks at different sizes, and we can clearly see that block propagation time increases linearly as the block size increases. So now let's add anchors to the system and see how propagation time is affected. We see that with the inclusion of anchors, the blue section represents the 95th percentile of the block propagation time, and with the anchors, we see that they take about half a second to propagate across the network till it reaches the 95% of the nodes. And block propagation time with anchors is not significantly affected. Even with 10 anchors, which is a really large number, we see that it is block propagation time still is there within the range propagation time it would have had without anchors. So we conclude that anchors work well with the system without creating significant bandwidth or latency overheads. So let's come to resolving our goals. Let's go backwards this time. So the goal 3 was to quickly resolve forks, right, and improve chain stability. So now, before we knew that, we again come to the two views of the blockchains that we had earlier. That is, Alice and Bharat have their own views, and people are divided in the network in choosing between Alice's and Bharat's chain. So now earlier we had to wait for Chandru to create the next block on the blockchain, which is which could, because of large block intervals, could take a lot of time. But now, somebody, if they just create an anchor on one of the chains, there is a delta increase in the weight of one of the chains, and immediately the network can move to the heaviest chain. So again, explaining that same process. So let's say there's a block B0, and a fork has formed with block B1 and B2. So ideally, to resolve this fork, we would have had to wait for block B3, which comes at T0 plus 9 time. But we know that anchors are produced faster and they're smaller in size, which will make them reach the network much faster. That is created at a much earlier stage on one of the blocks, and the fork is resolved at T plus 6 instead of T plus 9. So we calculate the resolution time of forks between every miner as the difference when the time was difference between the time the fork was realized on the chain and the time the next block or anchor came on that chain, effectively resolving the fork. And we saw that with the inclusion of anchors, the fork resolution time was much lower than without anchors. 0 represents without anchors case. And with increase in frequency of anchors, this rate just decreases. So the hypothesis is proved that fork resolution times are significantly improved. So our second goal was to reduce the number of forks and the weight orphaned by them. So let's consider the scenario here. There is a block B0 and a block B1 has been mined on top of it. And let's say block B2 is also mined. So when block B2 arrives, it would have caused a fork. But what has happened is before block B2 has been generated, an anchor was generated on B1. So the chain containing block B1 already has a slightly higher weight. So even when block B2 arrives, the network would just simply discard it because there exists a heavier chain. So we look at the number of such scenarios from the logs of our experiment and calculate the percentage of the forks that we were able to prevent with anchors. And again, as we see, there were obviously no forks were prevented when anchors is 0. But as a frequency of anchors increases, we saw that higher number of forks we were able to prevent higher number of forks, effectively reducing the total number of forks in the system, improving security. Switching from the experimentation side to theory for the final goal, which is to reduce the confirmation time. I'm just going to set a few notations over here. We'll call delta B as the maximum delay for a block to reach everyone on the network, and delta A is the maximum delay for anchors to reach everyone on the network. As explained experimentally and with our delay model, we know that the delay for anchors is much less than the delay for blocks. And we also introduced an iteration alpha earlier, which is the weight of an anchor. So, and it is basically 1 over A, which is the frequency of anchors per block. So in our experiments, in a theoretical experiment, we say that this whole blockchain process is in time rounds, and the probability of getting an honest block at any instant is probability G. So there is a very famous paper by Pass, one of the earliest papers, called Analysis of the Blockchain Protocol in Asynchronous Networks, that talks about how the growth of a blockchain, proof of work blockchain happens. And Pass found out that the lower bound honest growth rate, that is, regardless of any attacker in a partially synchronous network, in a general adversary, regardless of what is happening in the network, all honest miners should grow by at least this much in unit time. That is G by G delta B plus 1. So this is the amount in weight that all honest chains should grow by. So we did the same analysis for anchors, and we saw that the honest growth rate by all miners, regardless of what is happening in the network, regardless of what the adversary is doing, should be this amount. So as you can see, it is definitely higher than what it was before. So the first term is what Pass defined for blockchains without anchors, and the first term is exactly this, and what we just add on to it. So we can say that the lower bound growth rate with anchors is much higher than the lower bound growth rate without anchors. So anchors contribute to a better chain growth. And this is important to help us achieve a better chain stability and lower confirmation time and overall general security. So let's recall the double spend attack that we saw earlier. Just to recall, there is a transaction that has happened that is entered in block B1. It is accepted at block B6. And the adversary is trying to mine a chain to release. This chain will be released after the block has been accepted, so that all the miners will shift to this chain. And he's free to double spend this transaction. So if the honest lower bound rate is epsilon, and the adversary upper bound, this is the lower bound honest growth rate, this is the upper bound adversary growth rate, and if we assume that epsilon is greater than beta, then as this k basically represents the number of confirmations, or the number of block at which the confirmation should be accepted. If epsilon is greater than beta, and as k increases, this probability of success of a double spend attack significantly decreases. So with this analysis, Nakamoto suggested k is equal to 6 to be the ideal number of time blocks we should wait. But we want to know if anchors can help reduce this k is equal to 6. So we see that we can. The dashed line represents the chance of a double spend attack without anchors at various adversary powers. And of course, when adversary owns 50% of the network, he's sure to succeed. But we see that with the inclusion of anchors at just A is equal to 2, the chance of the successful attack drops rapidly at the same k is equal to 6. Right, the plots of k is equal to 3 without with anchors aligns with k is equal to 6 without anchors. So this means that the confirmation time with anchors is half the confirmation time without anchors at the same security threshold. So alternatively, we can keep k is equal to 6 and enjoy a much greater security when we include anchors. So here we can see that the goal of reducing confirmation time is also achieved. So Nakamoto and many other researchers accepted k is equal to 6 as the standard block confirmation time, but they did this analysis at a much earlier stage when they assumed that the maximum power that the adversary can control is 10%. But now we have mining pools that that vary between 17 to 23%. So that analysis is no longer valid, but they still wanted the probability of attacker's success should be less than 0.001, right? So we need to maintain that same security and bring the value, the confirmation time value more suited to the current times. So that is one aspect, but this probability of attack, right, it also significantly varies with the arrival of the 6th block. We say that we need 6 block confirmation times, and if the arrival of the blocks in the blockchain are 10 minutes apart, then the 6th block would on average arrive at 60 minutes. But it is shown in previous work that this is not always true. The 6th block can even come much earlier or come much later. So if we saw that the probability of the success varies by a factor of 2.6 with the delay in arrival of the 6th block by a mere 20 minutes than the expected 60-minute delay, and by a factor of 12 when the 6th block arrives about an hour late than the expected 60 minutes. So this is assuming that the attacker still controls 10% of the power. So with this graph shows that with the inclusion of anchors, even with the so 60 minutes is the expected arrival, even at 120 minutes, we see that anchors probability of success is much lower than what the adversary would have had without anchors. So that's it. So let's just summarize. So anchors were able to provide stability, steady weight addition to the chain. They were 5 times faster than block propagation. They were able to reduce the confirmation time by half without any security compromise. They also served as a fast signaling mechanism in terms of in forks, so that the forks were able to resolve quickly and the resolution time of forks decreased. And they are a versatile solution because they piggyback on existing method of finding the proof of work puzzle. So we were able to achieve the 3 goals. So that brings me to my to the end of my talk. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ovia. That was really informative. I don't see any questions in the Q&A. If anybody is having questions, feel free to post it in the Q&A section. I think what you can do, Ovia, is you can stay here for some time, and if there are any questions in the Q&A, you can take them up.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Thank you so much. It was really informative. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Nidhi.
Now I'll hand it over to Ritu for the next panel discussion.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think this has been really great research and, wonderfully been taken up. At least people like who are not very, very technical, even they can understand. So it was very nice. Thank you so much, Ovia, and thank you, Nidhi, for, taking us through this one. So I will quickly, do a quick puzzle or a game or whatever you think of. So I'm going to give some names, right? So transparent supply chains, maybe renewable energy trading, carbon footprint tracking, right? Maybe sustainable agriculture or, waste management. Talk about healthcare, right? Data exchange, clinical trials. Does this anything make sense to you? Can you spot what I'm talking about? Either cases, keep listening. We have blockchain beyond books. We'll talk about the real world application on the sustainability and the healthcare. Warm welcome again, yet another panel discussion. And today we will talk about the exciting opportunity to explore how blockchain technology can really leverage or drive the positive change of two critical sectors. One is, of course, the sustainability, the other is healthcare. Both sectors, as we see, they have been, facing a lot of complex challenges that demand quite an innovative solutions. Blockchain, as we all know, it offers a promising framework to address these challenges by enabling traceability, data integrity, data privacy, and the decentralized collaboration. So let's talk about how blockchain can empower, say, for example, patients, right? Enhance the data privacy or facilitate the secure sharing of medical information, right? While maintaining the compliance and the regulation. So we have again with us quite a distinguished panel of experts that are going to share their insights, their experiences, their success stories, some good, some bad, right? Beyond books is what we are going to do in this panel discussion. And I encourage all of you to participate actively. You can write your questions on the chat box, and we'll take it up by the end of this panel discussion. All right, so I'll quickly brief out who are there on the panel today. And I'm very happy to be announcing their names. And, I'll do a quick brief intro about who they are, so all of us know. We have Surabhi. She is joining as a co-founder of Dignify. It's a full stack climate credit infrastructure on blockchain. And she is a fintech professional with expertise in implementing sustainable credit transactions using frontier technologies like blockchain, IoT, computer vision, and remote sensing. Wow. Earlier in her career, she has also executed more than 2 billion of structured credit transactions. That's amazing, Surabhi. Thank you so much for joining us.
This is mine. Thank you, Ritu.
All right. We have Shilpa Sood joining us from HCL Technologies. She is into digital marketing solutions. She's leading that. And she has experience in digital transformation, customer experience solution with a focus on marketing, automation, customer data, analytics, and blockchain. And she's been working in CDPs, metaverses, and blockchain. Thank you, Shilpa, for joining us. Next, we have Srishti. Srishti has been 17 years experience in technology as a technology sales leader. She's an entrepreneur, and she has worked as a director for settlement. She has been featured as one of the most influential blockchain leaders last year, 2022, and top women blockchain leader by International Virtual Summit Women Frontier in 2021. Srishti has been involved with startups as a chief revenue officer, mentor, co-contributor, and a program director. So very happy to have you, Srishti, here on the panel. Thank you so much for taking our time.
Pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you. And last but not the least is Hena Venugopal. She is joining us at really very odd times. Thank you so much, Hena, for staying up that late or waking up that early. Thank you very much. She is joining us as Innovation Strategy Director. She's at DTCC, and she has immense experience on enterprise blockchain as she leads the innovation strategy for Project Iron, which at least I know of is a top 10 blockchain projects in Forbes rankings. She's been an author. She works very passionately on a lot of initiatives, like, she has been associated with MetaGen Coin on Harvard Innovation President's Challenge. She was a it was a semi-finalist protocol, right? MetaForest, Metaversity classes, building sustainable communities and, recycling carbon neutral elements. so happy to have all of you here. It's a privilege to, honor, it's an honor to actually talk about this subject with all of you. You guys have been doing wonderful in this area. So let me just quickly start with what do you think are the positive impacts on sustainability efforts, considering the kind of carbon emissions or increasing the sustainability transparency on the supply chain? So maybe Srishti, you want to talk about that very quickly?
Yeah, sure. So I'd just like to share that blockchain technology is for the last few years, I would say at least the last 5 years, is offering new opportunities to improve the sustainability efforts with regard to improving the emission tracking. And also the another way, of course, is that we are tokenizing the environmental credits, enabling marketplaces. And all these efforts are not only innovating new models, segregating the silos, the fragmented information which is there, but also providing a transparency with respect to the auditability that the solution provides, as well as the accountability particularly for the organizations and corporates while they are claiming their sustainability claims for organizations. And globally, this has become very important. And it's in the purview of large organizations like even United Nations and credit registries like Vera and Gold Standard, where this technology, blockchain, because of its inherent capabilities, is being realized to improve the sustainability efforts. So these are some of the areas, of course, where it's having impact, but very recently, of course, also the impact is seen in the traceability of plastic productions, also in reforestation efforts. We had recently done one POC in Europe regarding that, and also from the environmental assets.
Wonderful. That's quite an information to digest. Thank you. Hena or Surabhi or Shilpa, maybe any one of you want to go next and talk about positive impact.
Sure, Srishti, that was like very, very comprehensive, and you covered mostly all the points. That was very brilliant. And just before we start, thank you for all the panelists. It was very insightful and brilliant discussions to see a lot of women, discussing and brainstorming brilliant solutions on blockchain. So thank you for organizing this. So sustainability, when you talk about sustainability and blockchain, we all agree that climate change is real and urgent action is required immediately. So one of the main applications in sustainability, when you really talk about blockchain, is traceability. Why? Because everybody is interested in knowing about who made my dress, like where did it come from, or if I'm eating some food, like what ingredients are in this food, like where did it come from? So we all want to know the trace of that, from the farm to the table or to the consumer. We all want to know like the entire trace. So for these moments of tracing from the farm to the consumer, the only way to do it is to have a validated, trustable chain, and that is where the blockchain comes into, because it has the trusted, validated, immutable transactions, which are why? Because it's all hashed into it, right? So it is immutable. And what is the other advantage of being in blockchain? Because the data, it is a decentralized, distributed ledger, because the data is distributed consistently across all the required participants. So those are the two main advantages why the traceability and auditability is important and how it is relevant on a blockchain, that immutability due to the hashing and also the decentralized distribution of the data. So that is how the blockchain is helping us to create the traceability. So when you talk about a sustainable fashion example for just for everybody to understand. So when you talk about a dress, let's talk about a cotton shirt. The cotton from a farm, from the seed to the farmer, the cotton is baled into bale or module, and the module will have an RFID, and RFID will show the exact credentials of which farm it originated from, what location, the longitude, latitude of that farm, hectare, everything, because when you talk about organic farming, it is divided hectare wise, and some farms can have mixed cultivation, etc. So that RFID will be, that bale with the RFID will be transferred to the ginner, where it removes the seed, and then the ginning goes to the spinning. So everywhere that RFID is being tracked, and from the spinning, the cotton processing is a global process. It can go to some other country through a container, so the container can have an IoT, and that data is again being tracked, and then the IoT then goes to the wet processing, the designing or the graphics, and the garment production itself. And when you produce that garment or the apparel, like you're having a phygital tag or an NFC, that's called a near field communication, and that NFC is also again a tag which can be attached to the blockchain. So the NFC apparel, which is a phygital apparel, will move to the retailer, the wholesaler, retailer, and to the consumer. And once it is in the consumer, the token is being changed, the ownership is being changed to the consumer's name. So you can see like the entire process from the seed, from the farm to the consumer is having a digital twin on the blockchain. And that is how it is traced end to end, right? So that's like a wonderful process, very efficient process. And that is where the sustainable fashion is heading towards. And there are a lot of blockchain solutions already, which is already creating it. And we are, so I own Enbeat Future, which is also a phygital apparel company. So we are working on that solution as well. The other advantage which Srishti just touched on is also the NFTing of trees or biodiversity. So there are companies like Rebalance, and when we like the Metagen DAO, we have the Meta NFT trees, where we were the semifinalists for the Harvard Innovation Labs President's Challenge. So basically, we tokenize each tree, and each tree in that farm is being observed by the satellite imagery, and we will have each data of that. Once the tree is 6 feet, it is tokenized, and the data will be like, what is the growth rate, what is the humidity, what is the temperature, all the soil conditions are being traced by the satellite imagery and tracked with that blockchain NFC tag. So again, the near field communication, the NFC tags, and NFC tags can be multiple types of NFC tags, so depending on whether it's outside, whether it's washable, whether it's on fabric, there are various kinds. So that NFC tag, again, the data is stored on the blockchain. It can be on Polygon, or it can be any of those blockchains. So those are the two, and again, biodiversity. Animals like elephants are excellent carbon sequestrators. Elephants or whales, or there are many animals which are being biodiverse animals which are being traced by devices, and they are on blockchain too. So I know Rebalance Earth does that. So there are many companies which adds value to our sustainability and towards climate action, and we all rely on blockchain. So it's wonderful to discuss that.
Yeah, I completely, agree with almost all the points which you have brought. And, if we take a look at the current scenario, something without blockchain, people, at least here in India, you are giving more money to be organic, but then there is no provability. Even though you are buying something, you don't know if it is going to be, I don't mind giving extra bucks, but then are they really provable? Are they really being generated from the sustainable practices? That's something which is really lacking.
That's a wonderful point, Ritu. Yeah. So on the blockchain itself, you can have the validators or the certifiers like fair trade, like the recycling wrap. There are many companies which are already certifiers on the blockchain itself, so they can be validators, and we can attach the certificates to that as well.
Yeah, certificates also could be something really, for sure. So yes. We talk about it a bit more.
Yeah, number one, so happy to be in this amongst in the company of such esteemed women in blockchain. So it's really a very unique platform. So congratulations to Hyperledger India chapter, Ritu, and everybody else. Amazing initiative, and very happy to be here and grateful to be able to talk in front of such esteemed set of women leaders. I think both Srishti and Hena really covered it very well. The only thing and the only perspective I think I want to bring in is here, when you are trying to solve very, very big problems, which is Earth scale problem, world size problem, which requires various stakeholders to come on a platform and interact with each other in a trustless manner, right? So there are stakeholders, like there are regulators, then there are registries, then there are national bodies, then there are startups, there are companies, and there are individuals, right? And then you have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. I mean, there is some jargon, but it's basically like a way to measure emissions in your supply chain, correct? So when you have to get so many parties on a platform, not even on a platform, but I would say that when so many parties need to collaborate with each other and work with each other and in a trustless manner, there is no other platform other than blockchain which can actually successfully execute it. So I would give an example. For example, we have started to see carbon tax come into picture, right? And it has started in Europe because they have a net zero target of 2030. Very soon, a lot of other countries will also have their own carbon taxes and border taxes being implemented. So when Europe has come up with the CBAM, and it's known as Carbon Border Tax Adjustment Mechanism, wherein they want the importers in Europe to actually declare carbon emissions or presence of carbon in their supply chain from where they are importing the good. So basically, how much carbon does a good have? And if it has that much of carbon, then you have to pay that much of tax. So such kind of monetary implications have started to take place. And it can be a very big implication on the financial services industry as well, because it takes into account your P&L, your balance sheet, everything will go for a toss. So when we have such big problems, and when we have financial issues coming in, monetary penalties being put on companies for their emissions, which are real penalties and loss of business otherwise, then we would require such solutions wherein startups or companies can create such mechanism wherein in a trustless manner, data can be traced, as rightly pointed out by both Hena and Srishti. It can be traced, it can be tracked, it can be immutably locked, and we can have a network which can work together collaboratively to make it more useful. So that's from my side.
Just like to add one thing here to what Surabhi is saying. I think she's concluded it very well, but I think this all initiation is coming from the fact that the global temperatures are rising, and it's estimated that, you know, the temperature increase is going to be somewhere around 2.7 degrees. So it's like, as per the Paris Agreement also, and now COP28 is also coming in December, there is a global effort towards, you know, halving the emissions. And it's realized globally that this technology, blockchain, because of its capability, can actually help innovate models which would help in monitoring the data usage and also auditing. So I think that's why, you know, how we can monitor the load which is there, and also the generation and the distribution of these environmental credits which are there.
Yeah, just to add one thing to it, you know, when we are measuring, it's also, as Sudhi mentioned, you know, the bodies that are measuring and the trust in those bodies, because it's not just the manufacturer, it's manufacturer of multiple products coming together. It's the supply chain providers, it's the governments that are giving data, and no report is actually at this point trustworthy of whether those efforts have been actually met. And blockchain provides that platform, that the data we are getting from is trustworthy, it's transparent, it can be analyzed, and it can be used as a basis year on year to see whether we are moving in the right direction or not. I think that's what blockchain does, because there's so many providers, not just government bodies, but if you imagine manufacturing of one mobile phone, there are just so many smaller components that go into it. Some are coming from some mines, which might not have sustainable practices, right? They're coming from regions which have terrorist activity, so to say. We don't know where those smaller parts are coming from. And I think these blockchain allows us to track whether every smallest part in a combined product that we are getting at the end of the day, and then disposition of that product. You know, where did it end? We manufactured it sustainably, but did we, you know, dispose of it sustainably as well? So that entire chain, it's such a large chain. I don't think one body or any kind of, you know, one organization can be responsible for it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think we all agree on on all the points you guys spoke of. So maybe I want to talk about on the healthcare side. So maybe Srishti, you want to talk about how the blockchain technology can basically improve the accessibility, say the security, the kind of data privacy we need, or the accuracy of the healthcare records, patient care in general. What do you think?
Sure. So I think healthcare has become very, very important, predominantly after the COVID era, where there's been a lot of interest, and it's become a prerogative of governments, particularly. But I would start with mentioning here that in the current ecosystems in developing countries, there is a limitation of how the assets are being managed. And in the healthcare sector, particularly, the assets are very critical. I mean, the way their location, the place, and also the aspects of the serviceability and maintenance. There have been instances even in the COVID area where in critical scenarios, equipments even present were not locatable and traceable. So that's one area where asset management needs to be interoperable among the ecosystem members, and that needs to be very closely linked with the patient data and the electronic health records. We did a similar POC in one of the state governments in India, where we deployed, it was a consortium of around 7 hospitals, which were having medical institutions as well as hospitals which were treating pro bono to citizens, where we deployed a hospital, the asset management over a blockchain system, integrated with it an IHMS, which is the patient care management system, so that the entire data of the patient, while it goes through clinical records, any kind of clinical records, is integrated for accessibility towards the doctors, as well as even the usage of medicines. Another problem which was solved using this technology is also the fraud which was happening in those areas from the commercial aspects of pricing of the sale of the medicine. So that was another problem that was solved. So I think these are areas where a blockchain ecosystem can solve for benefits, for operational benefits, as well as also the patient data which is there. And once this is interoperable between the government entities, I think there will be larger benefits for even the patients, as well as also from a perspective of clinical trials, where this information can actually be used for R&D purposes and developments of other products, which is actually a very complex area currently, and a limitation where different stakeholders like the pharmaceuticals as well as the insurance providers are actually struggling to get credible, authenticated data, which can, of course, be validated by using maybe verifiable credentials or SSID. There are different identity solutions available within a blockchain ecosystem. And not only from an identity perspective, but also from a consent perspective, these benefits can be taken care of.
Yeah, actually, even I have seen, especially in the clinical trials, the kids, right? The consent is not provided on trying the drugs, and the parents are not brought in the consent as well. So I think that definitely really helps in the clinical trials, as well, as you also pointed out. Shilpa, you wanna give it a time?
Yeah. So as Srishti clearly mentioned, assets are very important, given, for countries like India or probably other countries where there are limited resources in terms of the machines, the operational technical sets that are needed, even doctors for that matter who have expertise on certain areas. The traceability of that knowledge is essential in cases you need some product someplace. Another is, on the drug manufacturing side, drug provenance. What is the drug being administered? Are they expired, not expired? Was the cold chain maintained when they were being transported? Can they be given? Vaccinations are another important point. How many vaccinations are available where, when they're administered? So there's multiple use cases when it comes to not just patient health, patient data side, but also all healthcare assets, including drugs. Because there are a lot of cases we've seen where expired vaccinations have been administered, or in that case, fake products, or products which were just saline in medical terms was administered, or they had certain drugs mixes that are not allowed. So there are a lot of these cases and this is more prevalent in countries that manufacture, because there's already manufacturing facilities and they're just distributed. I think this blockchain allows us to track what's going in each of the drug that is being administered at the lowest level, right? It's that availability of the data to be checked by whoever is administering the drug. And it takes away the control from, certain parties or health inspectors go and check whether that chain was maintained. So it gives the power back to the consumers, essentially, to know what they are taking, when they are taking, is it right or not.
Absolutely. I think I can't agree more on all the small nuances which you have, touched, Shilpa. So what do we really think in terms of the kind of challenges or barriers we see when we start implementing these solutions? Say maybe on the sustainability, or look at even the pure supply chain, as we were talking. And the kind of, what I have seen, at least at the initial side, is it's more bigger a challenge to shift the mind. I mean, the mind shift is something which is a bigger challenge. Forget about the technological challenges or the scalability of all of those. So that's something which, I feel. What do you guys think? Hena, you wanna chime in?
Sure. Sure, Ritu. The culture shift, or the shift of mindset, as you said rightly, Ritu, is huge. Other than that, even though traceability tracking is one of the main advantage of blockchain, when we talk about, but the carbon footprint of blockchain itself is a huge issue, right? When you talk about mining and processing multiple copies of the same data at multiple validators and multiple miners, it creates so much of the data footprint, or the carbon footprint, by processing and data transfers. So that's a huge problem, and it's a huge impact for the carbon footprint itself. So when you talk about proof of work, so many of our blockchains are moving from proof of work to proof of stake. So for example, after the COP27, many blockchain associations like Polygon, etc., have formed the Ethereum climate platform, and they all are moving towards that more sustainable practices, and how can we make it a carbon neutral blockchain, etc. And also the zero knowledge validity proofs, also batching of the transactions. So when you talk about how can you really layer the transactions, and first batch the transactions, and then send only the batch transactions to the main chain or the EVM to process it. So all of that helps us to make it much more efficient from the processing standpoint, not just by the speed, also by the CPU and the processing power. So it reduces the carbon footprint itself. So those are some of the initiatives which we are really trying to overcome the challenge of the increased carbon footprint of the blockchain, right? So the other thing which is mainly one of the other challenges, regulations, or the lack of regulations. So we are kind of like in the 1990s, where internet was. Blockchain is kind of in the infancy still, and how can we really add regulations, and who are the real people, like we are talking about when you talk about DAOs, or decentralized autonomous organizations, to really regulate a blockchain or a consortium. Like, who are the members, who are the key players, how do we assign the voting rights, all of that, right? All of those are still being brainstormed.
Exactly. I think one of the points I would definitely, agree with you is on the way the technology also is evolving. We have Ethereum on proof of work, and then we move to proof of stake. We have, Shanghai update coming in, and all of those, and then moving from optimistic rollups to ZK rollups, which definitely, really we are improving. We are on the path. And I would
absolutely, Ritu.
Surabhi wanna
No, great. I absolutely agree with both Hena and you, what you said. I think the more we keep the user away from the real technology, whoever is either interacting with the application or giving data, the more we can do that as builders, the better success, more successful we will be. It should be, I mean, and not many people and not many companies are working towards it, but keeping the user, the technology away from the user. They shouldn't be seeing what technology or what kind of architecture there is underneath an application. That should be the real, that should bring a lot of adoption and success to the entire initiative. And see, when we say about data recording, right? Data recording is still because you are recording data, and these days there are so many technologies, RFID, somebody spoke about. Then you have IoT, wherein directly data can be read. So if the user is not interacting with the application in terms of feeding the data, then the data directly goes to the block and it is recorded. Then it's not that big a challenge at that point of time, as long as the user is not interacting. But I mean, as much as we say that, users are required to come at some point of time and interact with the application with, say, user ID, or they want to fill in number of hours or anything. At that point of time, we need to make sure that the applications are built in such a manner such that technology doesn't come in between the real work that we want to do. That is one thing. The other thing is also challenges with respect to friction in things which are getting resolved gradually, but in terms of wallets, using wallets, it's not, everybody cannot use a wallet. It's a challenge. For example, we were looking at a project in which we were to work with micro entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs in hinterlands of India. And when we talk about that kind of a segment, if you want them to open a wallet, then the application is lost. You cannot expect them to open a wallet. So those kind of things in which we can solve for real challenges on the ground. Then other thing would be on-off ramp, right? I know that companies are trying to do, and there are a lot of companies which are building for it, but still there are a lot of other stakeholders involved as far as on-off ramps are concerned, because each country has their own laws and regulations also, which are built in. So that's another friction point wherein we are having an average user not interact with a real DLT application or a blockchain application. That's where I see the challenge in terms of usability. And obviously, as already Hena already pointed out, that regulations is important. Having a uniform set of regulation wherein we know the borders. If as builders, if I know what border I have to build in, it gives me a lot of flexibility to build. If the border is not defined, then it becomes very difficult and very gray for me and also for the user. So I think these are the few things which I see as builders.
I'd just like to add one thing here to what Surbi is saying. I think it's been covered really well by Hena and Surbi. But where I feel in my experience I've faced challenges is while we realize the potential that technology has, but largely the impact can only come when there is a consortium in place and there is a governance around it. So we already spoke about the challenges that we have with respect to the governance perspective, but enabling consortium, I think, is one of the large challenges, whether it is supply chain, if we talk about even an upstream traceability for any product, or if we talk about trade finance, whether it's in a banking system or it's in a shipping industry, where actually the benefit is directly having ROI impacts to double digits for industry folks. But where are we stuck is again getting the consortium in place, getting a governance in place. So those, I think, are other big challenges when we talk about production rollouts in place. This can of course also be associated with even KYC, CKYC efforts which are being done in consortium by different banks in different countries, and it's being done inter-countries also. And last but not least, I feel that, like we said, that we are in an infancy stage. I think Hena mentioned that the maturity, like I've been in blockchain now over 3 years, particularly in India space, and I started my interactions with clarifying that, blockchain is not Bitcoin. But
all of us had been there.
And now it's a stage where we are actually discussing. There is a national blockchain strategy in India. There is a national blockchain framework. There is government rollout. So I think the maturity has definitely increased. We might not be at that level where maybe North America is, or say Europe is, but that maturity globally for the technology and the acceptance is there. But I think again, the challenge here is there's a lot of work that needs to be done by associations and by global think tanks in creating an awareness of the technology, so that people understand the benefit at ground levels. And then that really would help even in adoption, like, Hena mentioned, because we also did one ground level route deployment in one of the states where it was a traceability solution for farmers. So even in that, I mean, for the farmer, it was clear. The question was, "Isme blockchain kahan hai? Where is the blockchain?" Because it was like a mobile app or an Android app which was given to them, and the experience was similar to any other app. So, but they were wondering that, what is special about it, because there was such a hula hoo about that this is something special and this is not there. So I think what Hena mentioned, Surbi mentioned is completely correct. But I think these are the areas I think in the next few years we will be in a much better position to talk about production rollouts.
Yeah, I think then from Surbi's point of view, it should be a really successful implementation, because she was just mentioning people should not, technology should not come in between. Technology should actually help the users go the next mile. And, when Surbi, you were talking, I was also thinking about the kind of account abstraction which has been did as a part of,
like her challenges are like what, because we've also like on-ramp, off-ramp, you have to convert fiat into maybe Ethereum, and then you have to get that arbitrage done. So of course, those are real-time tech challenges which the user would not even understand.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, Hena, you want to say something?
No, I was just, when she was talking about the conversion, I was just thinking about the Metaverse Fashion Week. So my brand, Envied Future, participated in the Metaverse Fashion Week. It was like 2 months back. So I was the one who was like curating my collection and, minting and, adding it to the marketplace. So the conversion of that Ethereum to the mana to, it was like very difficult. And as Srishti was saying, so for me, it was difficult to do that. So just talk about a normal user who doesn't even know what a wallet is, right? So
we are very early, and, this is for sure. This is kind of a mantra that we are extremely early, and that's actually a good thing also in one aspect, right? And the more can do, you can see the entire journey also.
But at least I could see that interoperability in play there. Like, when the gas fees was very high on Ethereum chain, Decentraland will ask me, do you want to do on Polygon? Do you want to go to Mana, or, things like that? So that interoperability was there. Yeah. That is the direction which we have to move forward more, interoperability and compatibility with different metaverses and different cryptos and all that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I completely, resonate with almost everything you guys are saying. I've got so many points and just trying to in my mind and say possibly. So I'll quickly want to talk about maybe beyond sustainability or healthcare. What other industries or areas do we see as having more potential in blockchain in terms of innovation, in terms of adoption? Hena?
I think definitely finance for sure. And, I work with Project Ion. So enhancing the settlement using blockchain and having that traceability, and also the amount of money and the efforts used for reconciliation is huge in any industry, right? So just talk about finance, like it is the most, impacted industry. So blockchain really reduces the need for reconciliation because the same data, consistent data is stored across, right? And also like with exploding amounts of multiple types of digital assets now, right? So many different payment rails, like, talk about digital dollar, central bank digital currency, and every country having its own digital currency, etc., and cryptos, right? So all of that, like, the landscape itself is changing. So blockchain plays a very important role. And if you're talking about instant atomic settlements or through various payment rails of CBDCs or cryptos, etc. And also there is like this international settlement or the cross-border settlement. So all of that, once we have a good consortium and once we are in that moving in that direction successfully, but once we have all that, blockchain will really be the solution, which will be a good fit for the international cross-border instant settlements and all that in finance, which we are looking forward to. We're still in the infancy. And the other thing I can think about is like, the sovereign ID or the decentralized ID, huge applications on real estate title, healthcare, even voter management system, right? I'm sure all of you have to talk about many of those as well.
So Shilpa, please go ahead.
So I was just saying, completely agree. Finance, I think it has been one of the leaders in blockchain. They've been trying blockchain for a long time. But besides that, supply chain is another one. All logistics, supply chain, I think, and that's the backbone of all industries. So essentially, where blockchain is being used. Another one is, government, because the government spending, the level the government is spending, the collaboration that government needs. I think government in itself has huge utilization in all efforts, whether it will be, their efforts in education, their efforts in nutrition programs, their efforts in healthcare programs. So all government programs, voter ID, as Hena mentioned, all programs, government can hugely benefit from blockchain adoption processes and this technology in itself. Then just to add, another one is entertainment. All entertainment, all the art that is getting produced, all the videos that is getting produced, all the content that is getting produced, and authenticity of all of that, and also to benefit the creator of it because it spreads digitally. So I think blockchain gives a good backbone to all the entertainers, no matter what type of art they are producing, whether it's online, offline. Blockchain is good for individual creators, big company creators, all of them, so to ensure that they get the money of what they've been working on.
All right. Yeah. Surabhi?
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. Global finance and global trade, which is the entire world. That is, as Hena said, and financial services has so many use cases. Actually, if we look at which industries, when we ask that question, then structurally, if I look at this question, then which are the industries which require multiple parties to come together and rely on a set of rules and a set of truth, right? Number one question. Number two, that wherein we need a single source of truth. Number third, wherein there is traceability, tracking, etc. is required, and there is high operational inefficiencies built in. If there is any industry which is struggling with these four issues, blockchain is the answer. So obviously, meaning anything in the capital markets, if you look at, right? I mean, there are so many leakages are very high. So ultimate cost to the user is high because leakages in the operational inefficiencies is very high. Then your documentation, the way parties share documentation in global trade, it is a long way to go actually in a global trade scenario. Similarly, I mean, parallel to finance, wherein there are clearing, settlement, and bonds, innumerable ways in which finance can be improved. Other than that, I see welfare programs and also education, wherein there can be very large scale impactful applications of blockchain. So for example, welfare programs which are being distributed to a large set of people, and we need to trace and track where actually the welfare corpus went, to whom it went, what was the end usage of fund. If you want to track and trace them, this could be a very good method and very good tool actually to bring that veracity into the process. And the second would be the education sector. right from, I mean, we are from a developing country, and we know that primary education is one of the biggest problem in our country at this point of time. So if we want to improve the status of primary education in the country, wherein we include Anganwadi workers and also panchayats supply into the process, and then create an education system which has some kind of a chain of truths built in, wherein we know that a student has gone through what all processes, what all curriculum has been already inducted, where exactly, that would really give a big fillip to the education sector as well. So these are the two which I think, in addition to the others we have already talked about.
Lovely points, Surabhi.
Yeah, I think that's very well mentioned. I think capital markets is a very big area where in the financial services, whether it's the private debt or it's the public market, and the tokenization market now is touted to be $1 trillion market, which includes the securities as well as the real world assets. And that's a very big use case. And of course, like Surabhi mentioned, traceability for the charity and donations is another relevant use case which is being used also for the sharing of subsidies across governments. So we did a use case which was for subsidy distribution of 26 countries across Sharia compliant countries. So that these are very, very good use cases. And I think Surabhi put it really well, where she explained the complete decision tree of blockchain, of which industry blockchain makes a fit. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. True. Hena, you were saying something.
I was just saying brilliant insights from Srishti and Surabhi and Shilpa.
True. Agreed.
And I loved the point of Surabhi on the education and the need of adding even the Anganwadi workers and all the entire process into the trustable system. Yeah,
agreed. I think a year back or something, I read that even the Prime Minister had in some of the IITs had done the certificates. He did an inauguration that the certificates would be available on blockchain. And I think in that part. So, of course. I'll come to the next question where we talk about what role do you guys see on the governments and, the regulatory bodies they play in promoting the adoption and the development of blockchain technology. We touched upon a few of them, but not in so much of detail. You can take about almost any industry, right? And what policies or frameworks there we might be, necessary to support this growth.
Regulations are very important when you talk about the global adoption, right? Without and as we are saying, we are in infancy, and we can see a clear lack of regulations in many of the failures which we have already tasted. Just talk about FTX, right? So definitely the governance and regulations are the two areas where I would say we need to put a lot of focus if we need global adoption. Otherwise, people are going to be scared away, and it is the right thing to do. We need some regulations, but what is the right amount of regulations? Being this being a decentralized autonomous technology, that is the principle behind it. So we need to understand what is the amount, right balance or the sweet spot between the regulated and the decentralized world. So definitely, if you want, as you asked for an example, if you're talking about environmental footprint, right? So EU have already mandated the product environment footprint PEF for almost all the organizations across EU. So when you talk about how to calculate that PEF and if it's on blockchain, who are the certifiers, who are the validators, what are the regulations which encompasses that entire footprint calculation, right? How is it being validated? Who validates it? So all that regulations, for any blockchain project or firm, all of that needs to be, on smart contracts, or it should be all machine readable governance, or it should be automated, governance on smart contracts, etc. Right? So those are the main things which we can think about when you talk about blockchain governance. From my point,
I think that I'd like to. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just love these kind of discussions where everybody, speak and give different. Wonderful.
It's been a great session, actually, Ritu. It's a lovely panel. This is my third time at Hyperledger India.
Thank you. You guys make it. You guys make it, actually.
Yeah, and I think this has been one of the most enjoyable sessions for me. So it's a lovely panel session that is here. Shilpa, go ahead. And I wanted to add something, but I'll add later.
All right. So, so what Hena mentioned is, yes, government essentially on the regulation side, but government, if we look at any technology that we've had so far, the private sectors develop the technology, the governments expand it and take it to the roots, to the basic level and expand it and make it a technology of the masses. That cannot be done without the government's help in any technology that we've seen so far, whether it would be, even internet, digital technologies, the digital wallets that we are seeing. Everything had been there for a few years before it got to the masses, and only government has the ability to do it. The private can only do so much. And so I think, we talked about digital certificates on blockchain, right? That is taking something to the masses. People who have nothing to do with blockchain suddenly have their certificates or their licenses on blockchain. So it's a familiarity that comes in, and government can push adoption through their own programs. And it becomes an everyday word for people who are walking down the street. And that brings in more and more people working on blockchain because everybody's doing it. That's the only way adoption goes forward. If the government says, yes, blockchain is where, I have 5 programs, 10 programs, 20 programs running on blockchain, and everyday programs, which makes it everyday word. Right now, blockchain for everybody is, it's something half of the people don't even know besides Bitcoin. The others who know beyond Bitcoin are the people who are fearful of it because of Bitcoin, and they know, okay, there's something, but it's something, high tech, something that doesn't concern us at all, right? So I think government bridges that gap. So it brings it to the people, and the people use it in everyday language. It's like Paytm. I see it like Paytm,
Exactly. I was saying that.
Yeah, so I'd just like to put a different perspective to this. I think when we talk about blockchain technology, there are currently 2 aspects of it. One is the technology itself, which is the underlying infrastructure for the different applications. And the other is the digital asset part of it. The digital asset part is where we actually need a regulation and a policy framework in place, where globally in countries, US has a framework in place with SEC putting different rules in Europe also, London also. Australia also has a regulation. VARA is there in UAE, which is the virtual asset regulated. So I think that's one regulation policy which is very important from a digital asset perspective, because as a benefit from an ROI perspective, I think in the financial services or the tokenization area, that is where there is maximum benefit or utility, real world utility for the end user, whether it is an entrepreneur or it's a enterprise or it's a government entity. So that's an area where there's a lot of work need to be done, and there are so many policy makers and individual associations and entities and foundations working towards it. But the other is the infrastructure layer, and at a government level, especially I can talk about India, there is a lot of work which is being done by the government. There is a national blockchain framework where there are nodes being set up which can be used by different states and centers. It's a 5-year program. There is a blockchain as a service model, and then there are going to be different production rollouts which has been done. The government has laid out use cases for e-governance in particular. Land registry use cases have been done. There have been use cases which have been done on seed traceability amongst different states. E-voting has been done. So this is just, this is a case to highlight that the technology is here to stay. The government is using it for different areas. The government has an intention to integrate this with the services used at scale, which is Aadhaar, DigiLocker. So there is an integration plan to use the blockchain infrastructure. So in itself is an indication of the power of the technology. And once we have a framework of the digital asset in place, I think there is no stopping, and I think it's going to be a different world, I think. And just one, I think there is time restrictions, but there's also a lot of work which is being done on the standards part of it. Like there is WPC working on that. I'm also part of International Token Standard Association, which is a European organization where we are creating token standards. So there's a lot of work which is being done in silos, and I think maybe 3 years or 5 years down the line, we might be in a very different position.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, just to add, I think I completely agree with the entire panel on these things, because when you have to innovate, you need to know the borders, and if the borders are defined, then your playbook becomes much more simpler. You know that what are the boundaries. So I think the best thing that the government is doing is basically bringing up the sandboxes, right? So your innovation sandboxes, your regulatory sandboxes, wherein you are given a room to experiment and innovate in a very trusted and in a very private environment. And you can then understand the impact of your product on other users and other parts of the chain if you were to bring this product out in the market at this point of time. So definitely sandboxes are a great way. We are also part of one sandbox in Telangana government, where we are also going through and understanding what impact our product will have once it comes live and open. What are the kind of regulations it is touching, and what are the barriers that we have to understand before we launch the product. So I think these are very important things. Other than this, I think from user perspective, there are few things we need to make sure as builders. Number one is also data privacy norms, data localization norms, compliance, and user consent. Right? When we talk about open ledgers, exactly what data can be open and available for everybody to interact with? Who is seeing that data? Who has access to that data? What kind of nodes do we have? Does regulator operate a node or no? So this becomes privacy kind of issues become very important when we are talking about applications which have financial impact and user consent impact, wherein the personal data is being shared. Right, your PID data, PII data is being shared. These are some of the things that is already being worked upon. But while building, we need to make sure that we comply with these regulations which are there. And completely agree, India is working on it. And recently, in fact, Reserve Bank, there is a body called Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, called RBIH, which is actually part of a subsidiary of Reserve Bank of India. They came up with a paper on interoperability of distributed ledger technology, and they laid out the entire concept that how exactly it can be built, how various systems and chains can be interoperable within the network. So there is a lot of work being done, both at the regulator level and also at the government level. And I think over a period of time, once we have more clarity, gradually we should know about the playbook that we are allowed to operate in. So I think that's what I have to add on this part.
There's a question on the chat. Can we answer here?
Yeah, we can answer here.
So I think for the regulation, again, it depends on the country. What kind of regulations are we talking about? But when we talk about these technology solutions, we really need to understand these are composable solutions. And right now at government level, there's been a lot of work which is being done where even the regulations part of it are actually codified into the smart contracts and being made part of the ledgers. So that's the power of the technology here. Yes. With open source platforms like Hyperledger, the entire Hyperledger umbrella to support us technology pioneers to build solutions. So I think a lot of the regulation work with respect to different use cases is being sorted out that like that, and there are a lot of RegTech solutions being created to cater to that. But from a policy perspective, I think at least in India, from a digital asset, there is no timeline per se, because the government per se does not believe or in anything which is associated with the word crypto. So I think for India particularly, there's no timeline, but you talk about UAE or Dubai, I think Hena can talk about US. I think the regulations are in place, and you can innovate and create new applications as desired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the SEC and also WARA in Dubai, all of them are in place. Yeah.
True. Wonderful. I think I'll stop here and say a big thank you to all of you. Srishti, this is going to be my favorite also, because I just interacting with all of you, and I had so many points to talk about, and a lot of things were coming while you guys were talking, and it is amazing. And I'm going to repeat again, all these sessions or discussions, they are the best when they ask you to think, right? Even when these discussions are over, you have points to think about. I think those are the best discussions, and this is one of those. Thank you so much for taking out time, each one of you. And please stay back here for, I will hand over to Deepika. Deepika, you there?
Absolutely.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I loved the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ritu. That was very well moderated. I think we have a few attendees. We'll just see if they're ready for a panel discussion. I mean, a networking session. Nidhi, do we have you on the